What do you mean you are there before stream elements? This is not a common thing, feels. Welcome on in. I hope you're good. I hope you land. I have a feeling that this is gonna happen. How was your week so far? How's everything? It is Friday officially. Officially. So we have some news, we have some things to figure out. I don't know if we will be able to figure that out, but we'll see. We'll see. Discord is still so slow. Oh my god. Was it close? Yep. Yes, it was. Yes, it was. Oh my god. She is broken. I saw the sliver of nothing, something on the overview, but yeah. We have some bad news though. That's the sad thing. Uh half bad. Let me fix shit up and then yeah, I'm not making it either. Unless, no, I'm not. This is, I think I'm gonna join you. I think that's what's gonna happen. Yeah, kind of. I mean, not even close to you, but like, yeah, yeah, yeah. There, yeah. Anyways, so we have some bad news. This morning, this died, sadly. So this one. This one died, and this one is the replacement because I have four, so therefore I could replace it. But because things have happened to be like basically the charging dock thingy started to flash red, and I contacted the support, and they said, "Let me take a look at the data." And they took a look at the data, which means that they have access to all of the rings that they have all over the world at all times, and they can just access it if you say that, like, yeah, that's okay. So that's kind of wild, but it's fine. And they said the charger is good, but the ring apparently is dysfunctional and it doesn't charge anymore. Good job. So here is a $100 discount so that you can buy a new ring at $100 discount. And so it would drop the price of the Ring 5 from 460. Let me show you exactly what I'm talking about. um, it would bring this one down to yeah, 430 from 430 to 330. And therefore I said that's very kind of you, but I'm not in the capacity to spend $300 like that. Not today. And guess what? They sent me another message right after that said, "I understand. We can do a $200 discount if you want to." So I said, "How long would that discount last? Like, how long do I have to use the discount? Because maybe next month I would have a bit of money. You know that could happen." And they told me, well, that would be a 2 months-ish discount thing. So I said, you know what? Give me the discount and we'll see. Um, and um, and then I looked around, and the discount in question is working for the Ring 4, and the Ring 4 is currently $265. So with a $200 discount means that it's like a $65 ring that I can just resell for, well, 350 because it's brand new. If that discount kind of goes away at some point and saying, well, yeah, it's a brand new Gen 4 ring. Mm. Um, but then it is chunky and it's not necessarily like the best option, so I would probably take the 5 instead. And And then I looked at the thing and it was basically down to 229 instead of 429, which is pretty good. So I look at what I could do. I moved some money around and basically I paid 29 bucks for the ring that is coming to my house next week. Which again, I didn't need because I have three right there and another one that is brand new in the box. I could have said, oh, I don't need that. But you know, it's a 29 bucks ring five that I could potentially resell for 400 bucks. I wouldn't say no. I wouldn't say no. So that is going in the mail, which is kind of sad. Kind of sad that this one is broken and broken, broken and broken, broken and broken, dead. That's the point. But now I have two rings, so that's fine. The thing that happened basically is that the ring itself is not charging anymore, which is kind of sad. And then in the recommendation on the FAQ that they have, they say if the ring is with the red LED chip release, we'll call it, you can do a factory reset of the ring itself, and usually it fixes it. The thing is, because it doesn't charge anymore, once I've done the factory reset, the app disconnected the ring, and because it needs a ring to access to the content of the app, I lost access to my chat with the support. So like the person that was with me said, "Oh, I'll be there after the reset," and I was like, "Cool, let me just do the reset and we'll see if it goes through." And it went through, but then I couldn't connect the ring because it couldn't charge nor be connected to the charging port, which was uh I don't know, kind of weird. To answer your question, yes, Chipolis, it is something that has happened in the past, and I should have stayed there. Uh, and the story that I've heard of is from the Ring Gen 2, which is none of these two. These are Gen 3, but they are the same thing. However, with the Ring 5, I think it is even more of an option based on how slimmer and and tinier it looks. So I, as myself, that is using the ring on the ring finger, like the wedding ring finger, most of the day. Um, yeah, if I get a silver, not a silver one, but if I get like a gold one or a rose gold one, it is 100% looking like I'm married and yeah. So I don't know. They look really wedding band E. So with the Ring 5, yes, 100%. I'm sure that this is like the type of thing that could happen. Look at this beauty of a rose gold things. But they are so expensive that that's the part that is annoying. The regular one is 430, the gold one is 529, and the rose gold is 529 as well. And it's like I understand that it's a finish that is different, but $100 for a finish is kind of wild when I know that this is a coating uh and not like pure gold. So it looks good though, but it's a coating still. And specifically when you tore it apart, you can see how thin the metal is. So yeah. Um I don't know if you could do that though. Um, I don't know if you could do that because the ring itself, I'm gonna say that it's gonna piss off some people. This ring doesn't have NFC as far as I'm aware, which is really bad. Like I would have loved to have like my credit cards or whatever can being able to pay with my ring, like you can pay with your Apple Watch and shit like this. But yeah. you don't really have like your metro card that can go in there. It's just tracking, no NFC activations, which wouldn't take any battery whatsoever, to be honest. And I think some of the competitor rings do have some NFTs in there, but yeah, no, you can 100% get married with these based on how thin they are. And again, because I have four, have a good time to the pharmacy. Take care of yourself. Be careful with that. I will now be able to compare with the Gen 3, Gen 3 size 9 and Gen 3 size 10 and see how big really the difference is. I'm hopeful that this is very, very much thinner than the previous one. The thing that I don't trust is this. Um, like they say 6 to 9 days of battery life. So I'm guessing like 6 days is on the lowest, like smallest ring, and 9 days in on the biggest rings. So I'm probably gonna be at like 7, usual. But I also feel like this is gonna be for the first week, like it was for these. These one were 7 days, and now they are like 3. But also the ring is 40% slimmer, so I don't know what they have done in order to reach the same battery life with 40% slimmer form factor. I don't know what tech they've started to use. Maybe they have used like the new silicon carbide silicon, not lithium batteries instead. I don't know, but I'm still really impressed with this. Um, but yeah, it's it's interesting. Not bad. Um, for the thing that you are mentioning, yes. Just if it's worn, then yeah. The thing is, it is like, even though that's usually the case, but not necessarily, wedding bands are the type of thing that you put on and then you don't take it off. Or some people will take it off to take a shower, but like, most people that are just like married don't take them off much. And because it's a sign that, you're cheating, whatever. Still, um, this one you need to take it off every 3 days, 5 days in order to get like the battery up. So, mm, I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. We will see. I may have to take that at some point. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. It is a bad idea, but that might not be a bad idea. Nonetheless, news, alternative news that we have. This has been updated with a new system. So for anyone that is loading the website for the first time, they arrive here, which is cool. It's nice. I changed the headings because I feel like the one UI kit that lives in Figma encode is a good tagline, even though it's kind of too long, but it's a good tagline. I bring back the mom extension that we were talking about that we had in the previous website. So that's a cute thing. It's already here, but it's fine. And now I have added this teeny tiny thing right there, which gives you the ability to change the color of everything. Um, and that is true. One UI is a thing, but it's a bit of a different system. So you have themes, but you also have themes now. You can see that the content is going to behave differently. So friendly is fully rounded, sharp is fully performative, industrial thing. Flat is almost the same, but without the effect. And then default is our kind of more rounded, but not too rounded, and flat without the effects. and the highlights and the things. So that is what I've been working on yesterday, and it is pretty good. I'm pretty happy with that. I'm still working on some of the things. Obviously, in there are some stuff that I need to figure out how it works, if it works. Um, but yeah, so far we have like a ton of good content as far as I know. Most of the elements are behaving based on the theme. So if I switch to sharp, or if I switch to default or friendly, things are changing, corner radius are changing, effects are changing, which is really good. It helps with everything. So I do like this, Tony. Well, come on in. We can now use the Mom UI kit for noms entirely. That's done. So with that, that is good. It is really good with the buttons. Obviously, we have the fully rounded buttons, which Stony doesn't like, but I do like, and they work as expected. So this is nice. This is very nice. Everything is working. I have made the changes that has been pushed to. I mean, the default has been pushed to NPM with the 0.1.3, which Claude said it should have been 0.2 because it was a very big change, but I don't care. Uh, but this is working, which is good, and the whole system now has everything that we need to have. So that is a pretty good thing. The thing that I'm currently working on is the I don't know if we have icon picker there. Yes, is the icon picker situation, because we somehow have the ability, or should have the ability, to look for things and search for specific icons. But right now it doesn't look like I have everything in there. That is pretty bad. That is pretty bad. We're gonna figure it out. We're gonna figure it out. But this is yeah. So it gives you an emoji picker. It gives you everything that you need to have. So that is a good system. And then the copy paste is gonna be the same. So that is nice. Perfect. So that was the work for today. It's not necessarily done because this shit is still running through and I'm still trying to figure it out. And I still haven't updated these two things, which I should have, but it's fine. So that's a good news. I love this because I've been so bored of the fact that they are all the same in all kind of old content presentation, that just giving myself a bit more variation was enough to reignite the interest for the UI kit itself. So that's a good thing. The friendly still does have a lot of the effects that the regular thing is taking on. So I don't know if this is the final rendering for this, or if friendly needs to get like a flat but friendly situation, or maybe a reskin here and there for some things. It still works. I do like it. There are still things that I'm feeling like is not necessarily the best of options, but it does work. So far, I can deal with that. As I have mentioned before, that view was pissing me off specifically. And so now that we have a bit of a cleaner cut on everything that is in there, with something that can adapt to the chosen style, this is pretty good. The fact that this inspector plus code block is fixed, you can scroll within the inspector and within the code, but it doesn't really change here. So that's to me, that's a good thing. And then most of this, I think, is what I need to fix. Like right now, we have tags that get cut. Instead of wrapping properly, they just get cut. So this one should have been here. This one should have been there. The usual. So this is something that I also need to fix in order to figure out exactly why and how these are supposed to be happening. But yeah, this is overall pretty good. Most of the content is working as expected. I just noticed right now that the code blocks and the previews do not take the corner radius that I wanted them to get. So I might have to change that, but that's a teeny tiny change. It doesn't really matter. Um, so yeah. And then earlier today, and this is right but wrong, I see. So it's correct, but because of the inner shadows and outer shadows, it looks like we have more space on the right side. Damn. Um, the last thing that I have put in place is ensuring that we have the concentric corner radius when elements are near the edges. So that's an interesting thing. Kana, welcome in. 115 streaks, goddamn. Congrats, welcome on in. I had a question for you, which is a good thing that you're now here. I appreciate it. Welcome on in. I have released this. It is released, and the latest version has an NPM package. And I know that you did some security checking on Van without my permission, which was appreciated. And if you could try to get the Pro UI from this to see if you can figure out how to unlock the thing without paying, that would be highly appreciated. I I trust your skills in getting through stuff in ways that I don't think you can, but you might be able to. um, but yeah, if you can just avoid to hack Stoney's machines to get the key, that would be good. But if you figure out a way to get access to the Pro version, which is like UI Dash Pro, if you're interested in that. Um, but yeah, that could be interesting. The other thing that is I don't understand. Why has it been downloaded 624 times in about 3 days? Like this is false. I think this is probably, as I mentioned on Wednesday, I have a feeling that this is probably like bots and other tools that are just like checking new packages to see if they are hackable, if they are secure, and so on. But goddamn, goddamn, that's a lot of things. I looked at the security with sockets, which is, I'm guessing, one of the reviews things, but yeah. Yeah, I got like a 113 after 22nd of release, the first official 0.1.0. So yeah, I don't trust it. I don't trust it. There is 10% of source of useful software and 90% of supply chain attack vector. That makes sense, yes. That is making sense. What do you mean version numbers locked? I think it is. Based on the latest version of what Claude has said, the version number is officially, I think, locked-ish, kinda, not really. But also, I don't really care if I make an update, it's just gonna increment the number. I don't care if it's a big update or a small update, it's just increment one number out of the three. That's it. Um, what do you mean details? What do you mean details? Details where? Also, if you want to click on that, that's highly appreciated for sure, as always. It doesn't do anything other than send you to the website so that you know, we can do shit. Oh, you mean the 80% on socket? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. Nonetheless, everything in this is working. Let me let me go check because this is not like a clickable thing in any way, shape, or form, and the only thing that we have here um, is not information that makes any sense. Um, so yeah, again, I don't know what that means. So I trust you if you say that something needs to be happening here. Yeah, for sure. For sure. But it is working. Can I link you this? Yeah, here it is. I don't know what you want to do, what you can do with that, but yeah. This one is the one from yesterday, 2 days ago, so it's not the latest version, so I don't know exactly if there is a change in there, but yeah. License at 50%, I'm guessing that this is just because it's a manual license that is sending to an MD file and not like a license that is within the thing, but I don't know. I don't care as well. That's the important part. I don't really understand it, and therefore, as long as it works, I'm fine with it. But yeah, so yeah, Kenna, that's the thing that I knew that you potentially, for fun, would be able to try to get access to the pro version, which I think is a good option, um, specifically through the update path. I feel like this is gonna be the most flaky shit. If you get the free version and then you go through the upgrade, even though you need officially to have an npm rc file or .npm rc file in your code base that checks or contain the license key, you may be able to do something about it with your skills. That's all I'm saying. But yeah. So that is nonetheless the good news. We have themes that are in the system. I'm currently working on the pickers because right now we were supposed to get like some placeholder selection picker things. So if we have like a left icon, we were supposed to be able to get the picker icon right there so that you can select what is the icon that's going to be here. So that's the thing that I wanted to have. It's the same thing in the button in question, like it does right now, but it should also work the other way around, but it's like fine. So we'll figure that out in about a second, but for now it's just like whatever. Whatever is fine. But yeah, other than that, it's just easy, interesting things that I need to figure out. I need to figure out before I can release everything. So this is good. The concentric corners and some other components. Also, I've been regressed to 4.8, as I've mentioned on last stream, and it is so much better. I don't know if it's just a placebo or a perception that is false, but it feels more reactive at times. Most of the times, it feels like it's doing the job that it was supposed to be doing, and it is following the directions that you have given it in the code.md, but also in the other thing that I have said. So that's yeah, that's a pretty good thing. Nonetheless, I think this is the biggest news so far, which is pretty nice. Which is pretty nice. Everything is working, which is what we wanted to have, and we have other things that we need to talk about for a second. So, Stony, question for you on noms. Um, does kind of does it provide chat recap or chat not recap but like chat exports? Is that a thing that can happen? First question. And because you already have the transcript based voice command system, would it be able to extract the transcript for an entire stream at the end of the stream? That my question. My two questions. Either chat export at the end of stream with a full extract of everything that has happened. If that's an option, that would be really cool. If I could do that. And I see. And then the question is more like, is this something that could be easily implementable if it's not already in? Mainly because you said that if I had not commands, but like alerts and things, I remember that you said that I could potentially get the fuck counter go through this instead of going through StreamerBot, which I think would be necessary at some point. So if that is in there, of creating like a new alert or creating a new thing that is detected through the voice control slash transcript, it basically means that you have a transcript somewhere, and so getting an extract slash export of the entire thing with timestamps where things have happened, it might be an easy thing to do. So yeah, client method is and a button somewhere providing the when and how much. Okay, cool. I'll see if I can do that at some point. Did you, by the way, again, same question and more questions. Did you implement the same rules and Clo.md and things in the nums bot? Welcome back. I hope the pharmacy was good. In the nums bot code base, meaning that if I pull, I get the latest version and Claude is going to behave properly to like create PRs and shit like this. Is that a thing? Which, by the way, that pisses me off so much on my own repo. But I mean, I understand the benefits, but goddamn, the amount of useless to me branches that have been created is wild. It is wild. I don't know how many in total have been created, and then I don't know if they have been deleted, but goddamn. Goddamn. Anyways. So yeah. Yeah. I appreciate you deleting them though. But every time it's like, oh, we are currently on main, let me just create a new branch and push that. I'm like, no. It's just in front of me. Just crap, fuck on in. How are you? How have you been? How's everything? So yeah, you did post one of them. Yeah. I think you posted this one in chat last Monday? Wednesday? I forgot. Hmm. Um, and then you have this one today. So, good job. I forgot exactly which one it was, but I remember one of them. I think it was this one. But also 19-minute reads, goddamn. um, yeah, it's it might be a thing. I know that like Claude Code through the Claude desktop app uh, is generating branches by default, like for security reason, as what they said. Of you can just tell it to use the branches and it will create a branch for what you're talking about during the conversations, and then um, go through the PR branching things. But I really don't like it. I really don't like it. Um, but yeah, the I don't know if I want to talk about it yet. Mm, mm, I maybe. But you know, there are other things that I kind of want to put in place. So we'll see. This is interesting. You can play things based on titles. If I play here, if I play here, is it going to play everything? But if I play here, it plays everything from here, or is it gonna just play that section? I have a feeling that it's like this is the global thing, and this might just be that. I don't know. Oh, you mean reports there? My bad. Um, I can't click on shit. I can't click on this. I can click on this. I can't click on the. I can't click on the background. Ah, this is bad. Okay, cool. That is so much content. But then again, this is useful. This is useful. Um, for many things, many reasons. But I clicked on one, it bring this forwards. That's interesting. Oh, that voice is really bad. The default voice is really bad. Um, the boy one is bad as well. Bad as well. Um, that's interesting. The long version, one subsystem taken apart properly for anyone who wants to know how a piece of this actually works rather than what broke. Yeah, I'd probably be in entries if I read shit, you know? Um, but yeah, a 14 minutes is fine. Oh. The voice is so bad. I'm not gonna complain about the design because I know you don't spend too much time on this shit. so that's fine. But yeah, this is good though. Um, Addition of tags for specific like versioning if it's based on tags in GitHub, that's a potentially good thing as well. And yeah, like it helps in the long run. Again, what I said in the first time, day, hour that you shared this the first time, I guess that's the first time is working, is the fact that this is great for SEO. Like anything that is text based is gonna be referenced by Google at some point, probably if it hasn't been already, and therefore doing some search is going to help you get um some referencing SEO and other thing that is going to be good. So if you have explanation, if it's SEO optimized in the articles, which I don't think is the case right now, but it kind of is because of the volume that is in there, you would potentially rank up. And if someone is looking for an alternative to Plex at sometimes, it would, it would help. So that's a very good thing. That is a very good thing. Uh, still no, still not. Sadly human, yeah. Yeah, just human. But that's cool. That is cool. I would still do some design changes in there, but that's like a detail. Nonetheless, here, specific, yes, I may need chat transcripts, feed like not recap, but like extract and full video transcript at some point. I don't know. We'll see. We will see. What is this? Footlong. Welcome on it. How are you? How's the day going? How was your week? Put an FBX file and see it the way Blender or Unity would show it. That is interesting. That is pretty useful for you specifically right now. Um, so yeah, I'm pretty good. I am. I have something in the back of my head, which is my hair for once. But that I need a build, and I don't know if we're gonna build this on stream. Not today, that's for sure. But also it's gonna be necessary at some point for me to have if I want to build the thing or if I want to have the thing that I want to build. That makes sense. So yeah, my head is working on shit, which is good. Denny, welcome in. How are you? How's the day going? How was your week? How's everything? How's the website? And me, I am currently already 24 degrees dying, so I might have to turn on the AC, even though I didn't want to do so, but you know, it can happen. Yeah, there is a pipeline that I'm aiming to run locally, which is um YouTube DLP or YouTube DL. I forgot the name of the fucking thing to just download YouTube videos and then run them locally through Whisper to get Whisper or FFmpeg at the same time. I don't know yet to get the transcript of the video based on or with timestamps. Probably the same thing that we were talking about um, last time with Descript, and then run that through something else and see if it can do something about it. But yeah, um, feels that message makes so much sense. I made my own because all the other one were shit. is such a common sentence in this stream, which I appreciate so much. Um, so yeah, you've been playing video games. What video games have you been playing in the past few days? If the projects are on hold, I see. I see. I don't think I have played it. I don't think I have played any of them. Now that I think about it. Um, I no, I have. Not the three though. Yeah, not the three. I have done, I think, two. Even this one, I'm unsure now. Yeah, not this one. Mm-mm, haven't. Um, I think this one I have, but even then, like the fact that I see that it's release day on 2019, I'm like, maybe I haven't. Maybe I'm confused with another game. Um, so I don't need you right now. I might need you later, but if you have been summoned, be summoned somewhere. Do that. um, don't worry about it. um, I guess yeah. I guess I probably have uh, not even the Modern Warfare things. Probably just I know that the Black Ops is the one that I have like played the most. Black Ops 1 and 2. Um, but then after that, I have no memory of it. Uh, I appreciate it. Story, if you make things better, it's good for everyone. It is good for everyone. So yeah. Um, the thing that I agree with, I think I have saved one of them. But a lot of people have the exact same sentiments that we all have, which is this one, where uh, I I don't care about the sand. I don't care about the visuals of the games. I don't care about the realisticness of the game. I want the game to be fun. That's it. I want to enjoy my time playing games, and it's a very good representation when you see like the mecha chameleons, which visually speaking they look like shit, but it's fun and it's new and it's like kind of innovative. So yeah, like I don't know. This is useless for most people, and most people are in that department. And some of the things that we had been saying, and I don't know if you've been here when we said that, but it's been a while. In the same realm that some of the AI labs currently are saying we should stop developing AI because it's too dangerous, whatever. Most of the like players for video games are saying we should stop building new games and put like a gate saying, cool, now that you have all the games that you wanted to have, you need to optimize the shit to run on a potato. No, don't require 32 gigs of RAM and one of the latest GPUs. No, no, no. You need to optimize like we used to optimize for games in the past. Because yeah, uh, it was optimized in the past, aka Doom can run on a pregnancy test. So it is optimized and it run on everything. That was the plan. So here, I want this shit to be optimized so that it runs at 60 FPS nonetheless. Even if the tracks don't look as good as they do on this video, I don't really give a shit. It's just I just need to have a game that just makes sense and works. So yeah. Nonetheless, even though unrelated to you not working on the project so far, Danny, don't worry about it. I'm not pushing you to do so, but I have saved some things for you specifically. We had this one. It was a fun e kind of thing, video thingy. I feel like there might be some effects, shaders, and other thing that you could implement on your end at times. This one is using voxels and other effect things. It's going through the music as well, so that's a very interesting concept. But because of the font and the fact that you have decided to use a very similar font for your logo at that time, I feel like this is a potential addition, you know, for your shit as an ID. It's really cool. It's fun. We like it. So we had this one. We had another one that I saved because same thing as the guillotine one, but you know, when you ask like how do I create these rendering, this is most likely um, AI generated images based on the deformation that I see here and there. But yeah, I feel like this is the type of shit that you could potentially put in place really easily. So yeah. Um, Also, I just saw that message about hating Windows. I I appreciate that. Yeah, this is probably mid-journey, but then again, as I have like roughly mentioned some time ago, the thing that we have here and the presentation that I've made as well, Figma itself, right this instant, does have or contain the ability for you to just uh, generate things and create images, aka this is an AI generated images based on this logo thing. Like I basically just selected that and said create a version of it that does look like a sketch, and it did. And you can kind of tell that it is exactly the thing. It added some elements that were like not necessarily the endpoints, so that's a good thing. But I asked for, you know, construction lines and dirtying and so on, and it did. And this is like generated within Figma. Um, so that was also, I put that next to it. This is the original logo that gave us this, but original sketch. Um, but yeah, like you don't need Midjourney to do anything. You might be able to just do that within the Figma file themselves. So, like if I do this, for example, and I say, let me frame it. Let's do let's do 260 by not like that. I knew this would happen. I knew this would happen. I don't know why, but I knew. Let's do 260 by 260 so it's centered. And then move it a bit on the side. And that's a bit too much on the side. And then you say this, you go with make image. And then from that image, you say this is basically adding, god damn it, copy a PNG, add that in there, and then make this stone carved shape on a paper background. And then hope for the best. And see if it works. I don't think, because right now it's like very much green, but you know, it didn't take a lot of time. There is like pins and shit that I don't necessarily would have placed in the first place, but I didn't do shit. Like I didn't have to think too much. So again, like generating these if you have the composition and you create a composition and you have the words to explain exactly what you are trying to achieve, it is going to take you 5 seconds and a half, and you will have shit that is okay-ish, I guess. Um, but yeah, so within Figma, you can. That's all I'm saying. So that was one of them as well. I do like the rendering that they have done. This one is also really interesting because of the regular TV show presentation thing that they have put in place in that video, but it's not necessarily the thing that I wanted to showcase. I have other things for Stony, but now Stony is out of office, so we'll see that. Going back to what you have put in place in your loading animation, I feel like this is the same vibe or similar vibe than when you have the Denny in blue on top. So the effect of doing some sort of a negative for the image of your doodle in the background could be interesting based on the font that you currently have. So same thing, like this is an interesting one that I saved mainly for you because I feel like, why not? Again, they are using that with like a font. This is not readable. This is shit. This is not a good idea. But the visual is cool. The visual, the visual is cool. So that's one of them. And then Guillotine, since you followed up, you probably have seen the exact same thing. They have a full first page here that contains most of their branding things, including that stone thing, but also these stamps effect that they have done, and the books in the landing page for the case studies that you have. This is really cool. So as reference, but you already follow them, so there is no need for the link for this. Um, and then, and then, this one was basically the same thing, showcasing how these are probably GPT image gen or Google stuff. I don't know. I don't really care. Just to show you how easy it might be to just, as soon as you have like one version of the thing that you want to generate with different styles, eh, that it doesn't take a lot of time. That's it. So yeah, I think there is there's a feel to it that is really bad, and a lot of people would be like against this if you had like AI generated images that are this bad on your website. I wouldn't necessarily trust your content. Mainly the thing that I'm talking about in that bad is some of the edges are really bad, some of the textures are really looking like they are AI generated. So for example, the flower one is the worst on this entire thing because of how much breaking we have there, and same there. But if you get rid of the one that are like kind of bad, you'd be good with it. So yeah. I kept this mostly for you as well, kind of, not really, but the kind of um could be really interesting. They are looking for senior, so you could apply. Technically, you're not there yet, but uh, you know, why not? Nothing stops you from applying, which is always good. It is brand design, yes. So I know that it's not necessarily the type of thing that you do, but based on the requirements that they have of like they want you to understand like the identity and scope of identity, so everything that is going in there makes sense. System translation is thing that you have done in the past. Design system is something that you have done in the past. Leadership in clients is something that you have done with the freelance work. The brief interpretation is something that you have done as well. Partnership is just like having a relationship with people, so that's a thing that you've done. The craft is already high for you, so that makes sense. Design approach is good. Your execution is good. Your team contribution has been good. Your personal operation has been good. The self-management is also something that you have had a bit of a hard time in the beginning, and now you have a better time with it, so that's good. And then on the other side, for the requirements, you don't have officially the 7 years of experience, but I would vouch for you at being at a similar thing. Your discipline is good, your portfolio is good, your design language is good. Your typography control is not there yet, but that's like something that takes years to figure out. So it's a pain in the ass. I get it. Figuring out like the system foundation, you have most of them, even though you don't know necessarily what they are just yet. But it is in there. I know that. So that's the thing. That's one of the reasons I'm like, yeah, that could be for Denny as well. You work in Figma, you have the handoff system that works and makes sense. You are independent, which is good. And then client management, as I said, is the same thing as the fucking client chats. So it makes sense. And then most of your things in there are good. The only thing that you don't have at this instant is the Eastern time, because you're not located in there anymore. But it could be a way for you to relocate and be Eastern time ish, kind of. I mean, you would be Eastern time, but yeah. So maybe just ah. Nothing stop you from clicking to apply and see how it goes. The only reason why I'm not applying myself is because of this, and I don't plan on relocating there for sure. And then there are a lot of things in there that I'm like, nah, not necessarily the vibe or the type of thing that I want to do, even though this is the last full project that I've done, have been branding shit. So, eh, I could, but no. Nonetheless, I think you have the skills, and I think you have everything that goes in it. So that's a good thing. I have this for Dapshi specifically. That's going to be a bit for later. And then I have this for Stony, but now that Stony is not there, that's not gonna work. For the people that are here that have some sort of a blog slash platform on their website that has blogs and they are devs, this is one of the things that you can do for your uh, blog article thumbnails shit. So it doesn't cost a lot. You just have the logo of the thing in question, and then you have the fuck ass shader in the background. It works. Stony, for you specifically, the thing that I have is this popped in, and it's not there yet, and it's obviously Japanese, and the only way to get access to it is to be able to speak Japanese with the creators. But um, it is interesting. And they have been doing a very good job at presenting content. Japanese always are pretty good when it comes to the visuals. It contains a lot of things like subathon widgets and so on. And so in there are some very Japanese designed content that might be interesting for later. So I'm keeping that on the side because it is also very close to what Props has been creating with the chats and so on. But just just interesting nonetheless. And Kitto is the kit for your stream, so it makes sense. So we have this to take a look at in the future. I will see and hope that it goes out and becomes like more interesting. But yeah. And for the people that are designers that are looking at things and looking for inspiration for your portfolio, wall of portfolio is something that I discovered not so long ago, but I didn't really find anything. Um, no, it's not. It's not really looking to compete with props for you specifically. They do kind of, but it's not really a competition. It's just like a lot of people in Japan in the VTuber community have like a lot of alternative websites for widgets and activities and chats and so on. So if props pops in at some times, I will also uh, send him the link so that he can take a look because it is useful and always a good thing to take a look at what other things are created, and collaboration is always a good idea. If you have the ability to just get like a chat with the person that is creating the other thing, and you being able to just say, well, let's work together, let's do this thing together because I have the same goals, you have the same goals, we want to do the same thing. I'm already there in my project, and you're already there in your project. If you combine both, we are like so much higher. So let's just have a go at it. Could be useful. Nonetheless, walls of portfolio or wall of portfolio is an interesting thing. It contains, as the name implies, portfolios. They are selling thing that I'm like, maybe I should do that. Maybe I should provide this as a portfolio review. So basically, their fix your portfolio thing is $5, where I'm giving you some portfolio feedbacks, which is the thing that I'm giving you for free on this stream. So maybe I'm gonna start charging for shit. I don't know. I doubt it. With bits, maybe. Nonetheless, in there you have a ton of portfolios that are not necessarily the good ones, but at least portfolios, which is interesting. You have the years of experience of the person in question, which is, I think, the most important thing for me to take a look at. And then you can see the presentation of everyone in there and what they have created, how unique they are or less unique they are based on years of experience. You can see like some sort of a trends in most of the elders designers, and on the new one you have also a bit of a trend on things that are very much flashy and interesting and eye-catching and so on. So nonetheless interesting. And I think for the people that are currently working in the portfolio and trying to figure out exactly what to do, if you wanted to figure out exactly like how to look like a 10 years experienced designer, maybe taking a look at most of these things and saying, well, these are like reference designers, maybe we can take an inspiration from these, and or going through the new like 2 years, 1 years, 3 years of experienced designer and see what they are doing, because they are doing usually the most creative thing because they need to stand out. So that might be the type of shit that you want to do. And the thing that stands out here is just like the illustration types. But, you know, as reference, as always, is the best of the things. Like, we want to make sure that you have the best references. So, Wall Portfolio is interesting. I do like most of the things that they are in there. I also see a ton of them that I'm like, oh, this is a very AI generated portfolio. I know that I will probably never hire that person. I'm not necessarily like highlighting one right now, but you probably already have seen some of them that are like, I don't know, feels feels a bit lazy, if I do say so myself. So interesting. But the thing that is interesting for me here is I see some of the 2 years, 1 year of experience portfolios, and I'm like, damn, these people are good already. Like, they are really, really good. They have a good understanding of what needs to be there. Some of them might have just used the template. I don't know, but still, very good content, very good presentation, and yeah, a lot of content. There is thing that they give you not for free, so like you need to create an account in order to get access to the filters, which why not? But yeah, there is a lot of creative things in there, so that is one of them that I wanted to show you. And then yeah, I don't think this one is necessarily making sense. But yeah, that's another of these things where I'm like, It's one of these videos where I'm like, I feel like I'm falling behind, which obviously I am, but uh, this is a video presentation of how the LLM has figured out exactly how to extract portion of an image to then create some alternative things, and then going through the other image generation slash video generation, they decided to create like a proper styling and effects for this entire thing. There's a lot of shit like this, which I'm like, I don't know if that makes sense. I don't know if the particles make sense. I know that this is presentation work, so therefore it's in there, but the output is really impressive. And I wish I had the willpower to go through that. Uh, but I don't know. Um, have a good work time. It is fun. Mizzy, we're going in. Let's see if you drop today. You might. You might just drop. You might just drop in there. So yeah, so this one was interesting, visually really cool, and we like it. Well, I don't think today's the day. I'm sorry about that. That felt on the edge. Are we gonna bump on each other? Yay! Appreciate it. I think, yeah, you may have not helped me in the slightest. God damn it. I may have helped you. Sorry. Damn. That was good. That was good. I came across this. Don't ask. I don't know either. Um, I don't know what this game is. I I uh, I don't know. Uh, the cross keys. Work on it. I yeah. I had never seen that before, and I'm like, that 100% does and and proves the point that I made earlier of the visuals of the game don't need to be the cleanest that they ever will be. If it's fun and people enjoy the play, it's gonna work. So yeah, I don't know. It's just it looks neat. Anyways. Anyways, this one is the same level of if the thing is fun, like the game is just you need to do a flip and like you need to judge how much speed, how much distance from the corner to the corner to get the flip working. Eh, you know, it's, obviously, I'm guessing like the presentation here is just someone that knows how to do it. Therefore, it lands every time. But still, like this is one of the cookie clicker things with a bit of gesture that could be working when it comes to gaming. So I've had an ID for a game before I saw this, and then I saw this, I was like, well, then my ID is not necessarily a good thing. But if you have the willpower to do so, the ID for the game that I had was just calling something flippy, and basically with your phone, you need to flip an egg. So you have a pan in front of you, and you have a 3D egg thing, and you just need to flip the egg and make it perfectly flip. You know, like the dumbass ID, but it could work, and it could be the type of thing that people are fidgeting on the bus stop, like just waiting for the bus, doing some shit with flips. Same as this, basically. So, yeah. It could work. It could work. The last thing that I have is this, which that had me kind of laugh when they released it. This is the uh, video of revenue from Figma. Like they went with for the revenue thing, which I don't really understand why they have done that, but they have done that. Um, well, basically, they said that their revenue is like 370 million for the Q2 of 2026, which is pretty impressive. It's an increase of 48%, and they say that they are retaining 136% of the revenue in question, if I understand it, which is kind of weird because for me, percentage don't go past 100, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's a year-over-year things. Doesn't really matter. Nonetheless, this was posted by Dylan on the 5th at 10 p.m. for me. And can you guess when it happened? The just take a guess. I don't know. Oh my God. They wiped the past week of of stock growth in a tweet. It's just like that's a work on it. It's just like it was good. They made the announcement exactly at like 10 and lost everything. When you look at it from a further point of view, it's still going down, which is fine. And when you go into the year to date, which is like when they started, um, right there at 120, we're still like kind of flat, so we don't care. But goddamn, goddamn, the drop like right after made me laugh. So yeah, how have you been? It's been a while. It's been a while. So that was funny. I don't know why they have like so much of a nice video presentation, but they do. So yeah, on the good things though, because these are good things, I finally found someone that knows how a printer works. It's one of the first designers that have probably vibe coded something that is or has created like a printer that prints for real. And yeah, it doesn't happen often. So that's one of them. And then on the opposite side of things, kind of not really opposite, but like kind of, um, that person was saying it's crazy how much the details make a huge difference. Please tell me the difference while I'm gonna fetch the AC remote. Because if you don't know, and if you were not in the conversation that was um, there, I don't think you have the ability to figure out exactly what the difference is or are in that specific use case. And mainly because even me, I was looking on my phone when I saw that for the first time. I really had a hard time to figure out what was the difference. I'm not gonna lie, I really had a hard time. And the thing that was looking different was indeed the shadow behind the plus button. Turns out this is not the difference. The difference is this. Look at this. All right, you see the inbox thing, right? Uh, these are curved up, Yeah, that's the difference. That person said, incredible how many tiny details go into creating something great. And then that person was saying focusing on two pixel difference rather than growth is why most companies are moving slower than they could. And yeah, this is a waste of time. Like, I understand, like, finding the right icon makes a big difference in the long term. But if you are showcasing specifically here right now, if you're showcasing the UI like this and you don't see the content that is going to be behind it, you don't know if that detail is even going to be noticeable in the long run because it's just maybe there are things in there that are not like going to show because of the transparency of liquid glass and how things work. They had, if I'm not mistaken, in the past, um, shared some other like icon research where obviously we could see like a lot more different options because it was like on purpose, and therefore if you were like following that person in the past you would have known what they were talking about. But yeah, um I think the main issue for me is mostly the presentation on here, because right now they are focusing on something that doesn't scale. um like if I were to recreate that in Figma, for example, and I give you some liquid glass with some real content behind it, the difference is probably never going to be perceived by the users anyways. And like it is good to do the two pixel changes, but it somehow needs the content with it because otherwise the decision doesn't really work. So that's the thing. I still do agree that, like, you know, yeah, why not? As you say, taking pride in the craft. Just take pride in the craft in situation, please. Um, the thing that is also very interesting for me is that this is for the Todoist app. Therefore, they already have um, a lot, if I'm not mistaken, of content that they could have used for the presentation. They could have done things that are like 100% the app itself and the content of the app with like behind, so that in situation makes a lot more sense. But no, they decided, or at least that designer specifically in that presentation decided to not have any noise in the background, which is for me the reason why it's just like, well, this is not necessarily going to be a good time spent, because at that size you can't really see any of the differences. So I don't know. But they had like a better, at least here, they had like a better presentation where we saw the difference of things. Like default is this, and then there could be like other variation of it. Yeah. If you have nothing in your inbox and it's empty, if you have things in your inbox and it's these ones, and then you can see the difference in between these two. Um, yeah. The other thing that I'm also biased against on this one is that icon, like these two icons specifically, to me are very related to the Joy software icon itself. Like it obviously it looks similar. Um, and this one is like 3 years old-ish icon that we've seen. Not that icons are proprietary, but still, like it's very similar. There are some changes that are in there that are not in there. Like these ones are more square, but they look kind of similar. So kind of biased toward joy compared to this one. Um, Nonetheless, maybe it's the other way around and I'm biased wrongly, but just presentation wise, I don't know. I don't know. I feel like yeah. The point though, this one, which I agree with because a lot of new designers are doing this type of design when the project is not done yet. Todoist being something that is done yet or done already, and therefore they can take the time to, they can spend the time on that. Yeah, that makes sense. But then again, the fact that Phil said shadows, that I, when I looked at the thing, was saying shadows as well. Um, Maybe there is difference in shadows. I don't know. It just it feels weird, nonetheless. I'd rather spend the time on this, to be honest, um, because that's more fun potentially to work with and figure out exactly like how to achieve similar effect. Even though this is something that has been on the web for a long time, there is a ton of issues with it, and you can kind of see uh, the fog being still foggy at the edges of the droplet. Like for example, this one is the biggest thing for me, where like that should be linked, but technically speaking, I understand why that's not the case. Um, but still, you know, I don't know. I feel like you can spend a lot more time in polishing shit like this compared to an icon that is, again, probably never going to be seen and or probably never going to be appreciated in the way that the designer is appreciating it, which is always a thing that is fine to have, but you know, different things. Nonetheless, this was for Stony, kinda, not really. These are inspiration of gradients and colors and thing that we could potentially use for the Nums branding. I'm mostly looking at the top left one and the center right. These two are pretty interesting, and I feel like they are bases that could make sense. It's uh it's a fluted glass and a mesh gradient, so both are interesting and both kind of work with the system that we already have in place. The others are cool in terms of colors, but they are not necessarily the colors that we want to have. So these ones are really cool because of the brightness in the center and then the diffused pastel on the edges. And this one is really cool just because it has most of the colors that we want it to have. So that's the thing. And I know you're lurking from far away, so if you don't hear me, that's fine. The thing that you have shared on Discord as well with the change slash transition slash different things on hover on the logo itself. I don't know if that's necessary, but it works. I like it. That's all I wanted to say. And then I say these, but like these are Japanese brushes, elements, things. I do like it. I do feel like there are some things in that it could be really useful, but that is mostly specifically with these four videos. That is mostly stream overlay situation, not necessarily a branding situation. So to be checked, but they are doing like a lot of really cool thing, and it's not that expensive. This is like $30 ish. So, you know, potentially just seeing what we can do with some of the textures they have is always a good option. We kept that. We kept that. Um, but yeah, other than that, I may need, as I've mentioned, the chat retranscript, chat transcript in full, and I'm gonna take a look at that, and then uh, the video transcript, the stream transcript at some point. might work. Something code generated procedurally. That is cool. So you figured out how to get the voxel rendering in code instead of having to render the building by hands before. That's pretty cool. Yeah. Is it like you gave the code, the buildings thing that you already have, the cars, the passerbys, everything, and then it mixed and matched things based on constraints? It gave you something out of it, or um, or it just create something out of nothing with like just a direction. Um, hmm. I'm guessing this is the code generated part is mostly there for the reason of you can expand the zones indefinitely because it's generated instead of having to preset things. So you could create a map and then it auto generates shit. Um, but yeah, these are very, very wiry. Very wiry, but like it makes sense. Yeah. So sometimes you had a storefront at the bottom of the building, sometimes you wouldn't. It's like conditional selection, I'm guessing. The potential, um, the road look narrow. It is like 2 car width, but it looks narrow. I feel like if you add 1 block, it's too much. But if you had like half a block to just space the cars a bit more, there might be a bit more of a realistic thing. Not that it needs to be realistic, all right? But adding like a half a brick um, is going to break the grid. You do have half bricks kind of uh, in your pavements, so it could happen. And if this is the smallest off-road, then yeah, that works. But congrats, this is really cool. The fact that you can, as I mentioned, the fact that you could have like a map and then define, um, I don't know, generate the map for that user on that day, like the day of first install, for example, and it just generate a map so that any user has a unique experience because it is like generated for them based on, I don't know, some nothing, just random shit. As long as there is like X amount of coffee shops, X amount of diner, X amount of things that are related to the business in the game, I feel like it could work. That's a fun take. That is a fun take. Um, the only thing that is almost impossible though with what I just said is if you wanted to have multiplayer slash online stuff at some point, kind of more complex to have. But if it's like a single player game, then that's really cool. That could be a really cool option. To just you don't have to preload the map in the game. You just have like a random generation for the map shape, and then you have a random generation for the map content, so that the game is cheap to download and generate it on the fly. That could be really cool. That could be really cool. But yeah, that's neat. The Tokyo Tower is also code generated, or this is like one of the building blocks that you already have, and then it is code as well. I see. Yeah. Damn. That's cool. I think that's the way to go for these types of games, so that you have like no dependencies, or at least less dependencies in total. So anything that you want to have is going to be on the fly-ish slash we don't have that zone in the game just yet. The only thing that you need to ensure is that the system, and I'm sure you have done that, but is that the system is not overriding the generated content um, that already has been generated. Otherwise, it's like it's a waste of resources. But if you have something that just cache and or save, like local save for the game itself, then yeah. If you have like a fog of war situation where you currently didn't expand your city reach as much as it needs to be for your coffee shop, then you don't have access to the rest. But then as soon as you have enough money to expand, then the map will grow. And so the the thing that has been saved is saved, and then the new generated thing is added to the existing portion. Um, and then that gets saved and hard coded as voxels. I think that's a pretty cool option. That's a pretty cool option. I agree with that. I agree with that. um, might be a bit complex though, in terms of not in terms of implementation. I feel like the implementation is going to be pretty easy based on what you're currently showing me with the code-generated maps and building placements and so on, with like procedurally defined rules that means that that building that building type can take businesses on the edges that are not touching other buildings, for example. So in a corner building, you have two of them. In a regular building, you have just one of them. Or if it's like a transversal thing and you have a road on the other side, it's on both sides, but you don't have on these sides because there are building on the sides. So that's a process that is just an if else conditional per building, but then you have a building types and it's done, so you don't need to think too much about it. Or and uh, the reason why I'm saying it might be a bit complicated is mostly for the users, because I don't know if this is something that would be necessary for them to figure out that they need to expand their map view. Uh, but in a way, based on the fact that you are building like a coffee empire and trying to expand your reach for your coffee shop in that game specifically, then it makes sense. um, I know that in the previous title that you shared, like this, and I think you shared another one with the yeah, basically the loading screen. Good job, Discord. So fast. Um, like if these are generated as well, you know, um, like that means that your city here could also be generated automatically because I'm guessing that this was something that you had highly duplicated and ensured that you had buildings, the building that you currently had, which is like this one and this one are the same, and I can tell. Um, but now that you can auto generate kind of things on demand, then yeah. Um, Study, you're talking about the thing that you are currently working with, or or that coffee shop thing. The designer needs to know. Yeah, the designer is streaming though. But yeah, also thinking about streaming the content and the creation is a good option if you have the wills to do so. The thing that is not necessarily good with that is if you specifically now, if you just want um, people eyeballs to see and to support you while you are making it, then yes. But be aware and be ready for someone to just take the ID and build it as well while you are doing the thing. So that's what I'm seeing most of the time. I don't know if I saved it. I know that Josh had a chat about it. Not this one, it's another one. Um, and I think it's basically text, so it's probably didn't go through. But there's been like a lot of discussion lately with specifically with packages in open source software of in the past the people that were supporting and creating open source libraries and things were basically saying, I love this thing so much, I want to make a better version of it, and therefore I'm going to pour everything I have into creating the best version that I can possibly make because it's going to be so good for me, and then I'm open sourcing it because it's so good that I want other people to use it. And nowadays, when I see something, not necessarily me, but like the person that was writing the thing, um, which is basically right in front of me, right there, uh, like there was something pretty good about it, and then now you can just point to the thing that has been AI not generated, but just scrape the thing and just repop something that is very much similar. Um, and I don't know. It's probably gonna happen for sure. Someone is gonna steal the ID and create another version of it. I've seen other people say this exact thing of think about someone that has been spending like a year or 2 years, like me, for example, for the coded version of the UI kit to figure out exactly all the components, making sure that we have everything in there, making sure that we have like the behaviors and so on, even though I'm still using AI to generate the thing because I don't have the skills, nothing stops anyone right now to go onto the website, scrape the entire thing, and get the entire thing for free. So it it's a bit demotivating in a way when you don't have like the ability to go through the creative process in the same way just because you know exactly how things are going to turn out. And that's the negative part of the build in public situation. Anything that has the hashtag build in public and the streams and so on contains people that are watching the streams just to steal the ID, and because they know that they have better skills, they are going to go faster. That's also one of the things that I've seen many times of I like I see someone build something and they've been building something for like 3 months because they don't have the skills. And I know that if I just put my head into that thing in question, in about 2 days, I have a version that is equal, if not better, to what they have made. So, eh. um, yeah, yeah. So again, if that's fine by you and you think that you streaming it and showcasing your process and explaining things, because that's the most important part, is helping everyone, like it helps you because you have feedbacks immediately while you're building things, and you get some like people that will say, oh, this is really good, let me just implement that same thing, then go for it. Again, it doesn't cost anything other than your time. And if you do the same thing that Stony is doing, well, while building things, you might make, I don't know, 10, 20 bucks, $50 a month on top of what you're already making. And, not that it is the goal, but it's never, eh, eh. Like, we don't care about the money because we do it for the fun of it. Um, but if it makes some money, which by the way subs to the channel. No, I'm kidding. Uh, but yeah, um, that is also true. Yes, if you're not ready by or for the amount of people that are asking you exactly what you're building, um, that like you explain the same thing over and over and over again, and you need to focus, then streaming is not a good option. If you are like easily distracted, I mean, you've seen the amount of derails that we have in here most of the times, and yeah, this is not. Uh, this is yeah, this is not viable. If you have to work, streaming is not a good option. If you have to explain the work, streaming is a very good option. If you want to, like me, just educate, present options, and so on, then yeah, like shit like this, Jigo has been doing a lot of very good things lately, and right now he's been working on these buttons to figure out exactly like how we could create these new buttons that are like gel based and not aqua or uh, fruity IRO things from like Windows 7. And he's been doing a ton of things in there, which is really cool. Doesn't really explain things, but I've seen some of his like images on my feed, and when we were doing the Mima stuff, and I was looking for inspiration, his content came up, and that's uh, that's a Figma stuff. So I saw what he did, like for the new version that he had, and I was like, well, the old version is pretty cool. Let me see if I can do something about it, and see if I can recreate with like simpler forms, simpler things. And I just presented that to the client and I said, I think I like these as a concept. I don't know if you like them for the brand. And then we ended up saying like that's not what we want, so we didn't go with that. But this is gonna happen anytime. The thing that most people are saying is think bigger, do more, be better when you're building in public. And it's not an option. Um, you can't be better if you already are putting everything you have in there. I think the one that I'm looking for is Shatsy, and that has done or said that. Um, like here, yeah, that's the one. Um, this is a long-ish read, so if you want to take a look at it, do that. But basically, um, right? Earlier today, I released a new component. What you see is the finished result. What you don't see are the days of planning, research, testing, designing, simplifying, throwing ideas away, and trying again before I left it or I felt it was ready. And then within hours, I had been copied and ported to another frameworks by pointing an agent at my code. That is the demotivating part. As I mentioned, this was meant to happen because it is open source, and he's been working long enough that have fun. That obviously it doesn't really affect him, but for someone else, if it's like your first product, if it's your 10th product, but you've put like everything that you had because it's like it's your potential saviors because that's the product that you think would work the most. Yeah, I know what D&D means. You're not in Dungeon and Dragons mode. That's not. I don't think that's a mode. Have a good shower. So this is an interesting read for everyone, anyways. And in there, right? Like it's execute better, build bigger, and so on. Um, it is. I mean, it's complicated. So building in public is very much um like huh, complicated potentially in the sense that your ID is going to be stolen, staked, stealth. Someone will steal your ID, that's for sure. Um, but it is also rewarding because of the amount of feedbacks that you're getting live, and I think that's the benefit. It's exact same spot as earlier. God damn it. um, where basically by the simple fact that you are live and showcasing things, you am I gonna just make it? Or am I gonna be just on the side? Just on the side. God damn. Fuck. um you basically are gonna end up with someone that is stealing your IDs, and it's at some point it's fine, but yeah, it's not the best feeling in the world, and I agree with it. So yeah, I agree with that about that. The fact that copying becomes automated instead of yeah. Um Nonetheless, for the gaming question, I do think that this is a thing that you could put in place in streaming to get some feedbacks while you're playing it, making it. If you think of it like, and I know you're taking a shower, so it doesn't really count, but still, if you think about like Irish Joan Games, which is doing the Rise of Piracy, the game, and been building the game on Twitch for a long time now, you are looking at the thing that he's been building, and I have a feeling that the amount of work that came in before he started building the thing on the stream might have been a very significant amount of work, in which case, uh, overall, it is something that might like be a deterrent for some people to just see, oh, cool, I have like that person has a super interesting game. Let me just duplicate it. But they don't see the thinking, the reasoning, the game mechanics that are going in there. They just see the surface level thing that you are showing on stream, which is fine. But also, if your goal is to showcase your building and go through like the building process with everyone, then you are going to share some things in there. So I don't know. Um, yeah. I mean, yours is a bit of a different thing, Stony, in a way. Also, very much D&D, as I can tell. Uh, uh, in the sense that you didn't do it in a this idea is cool, let me copy it. You did it in a they changed the thing that I liked a lot, and I don't like it anymore. Let me build something that I like instead, which I I'd be careful what I'm gonna say is weird. This is more pure of heart than as someone that just, as Shatsian just mentioned, point an agent to a repo and say, "Oh, duplicate that." So, I feel like it is worth more to just say, "You changed it too much. I don't like it anymore. Let me build my own." Than, "Oh, I like what you've done. I want to make some money out of the same thing. Let me just duplicate it and sell it as my own," even though that's not the case. I think Theo, even though similar things, but um, I don't know if Theo is with the fucking, yeah, it's the fucking thing. Theo said something similar with, I think 2 days ago or something. He's posting a lot. um, he shared an image, I think, that was saying, that Git has like tracking, and basically was showcasing someone um, duplicating the T3 code, I think, repo, and just removing the license uh, from Theo from there. So, eh, you know, um, so that's I think for me that's the thing that is like, yeah, duplicating it and calling it your own, eh. Like, it's as if I went to Hero UI base, which is open source, and 100% I can go on the repo and clone the entire thing and then remove their license. And I would have had like all of the components and all the thing already made for me. But instead, I decided to build that by hand, kinda, and ended up with something that I'm pretty happy with. I'm not really happy with it, and I still think that Hero UI is really good, and I could I'm getting inspired by some of the things that I have done in there to get like a better output of what I've created. But it's not like a pure copy of what they already have, and it is more me than anything else that I've built before. So for me, it has a lot more weight and impact just being originally created instead of being, um, you know, a cheap copy with no changes. In the license that I made for the Mom UI kit, even in the free tier, I basically mentioned the fact that even if it's free, you don't have the right to resell it. You don't have the right to integrate it within your own kit, unless you make significant changes to the content. And that's the thing that is really subjective, is that what is significant. Is like 51% changes? Is it like changes in corner radius, which is the reason why I'm building themes as well, is because you're getting some sort of a theme as well. And therefore, if it is like integrated, um, that any change that are just visuals don't really apply. It's just like you would need to change the layout, you would need to change other things, which don't make a lot of sense. The GPL3 is an option, yes, but I did my own license things, because licenses are basically just text anyways. So I do like the manual license. I feel like this is fine. Um, Technically speaking, in the way that you have done it, uh, You are kinda because you have integrated the system and some part of the CSS inside of your project for the server rendered things. Um, but yeah, I guess uh, I guess you are following the rules. Um, I guess you are, which is fine. Technically speaking, for anyone that had um, downloaded the or bought the this is the wild thing. Uh, bought the system prior to Tuesday. The Mom UI kit was not licensed. It was unlicensed, which means that in legal term, you don't have the right to use it. It's unlicensed. It's not like free to use because that's a license. It was unlicensed and owned by me, so you didn't officially, I don't care, but you didn't officially have the right to even use it inside of Figma because it's like unlicensed. Just dumbass move from me. I should have done that in the first day, but I forgot. I think I did it for the Slate project, but not for the Mom UI kit. So yeah, and so yes, for you by using the construct within the system and extracting that, then yeah, you bought it through. I mean, you bought it, but I don't think the license gives you actually the official license. I don't think it gives you anything because it didn't have an official license. So yeah, that's it's got a bad thing. Um, uh, yeah, I don't know if I said that at some point. My previous CTO contacted me after I left the company saying, um, just a reminder, you don't have the rights to use the thing that you've done at the company for other project. Like this is not right. Specifically the No Mercy project. And I was like, yeah, technically I've done it for the No Mercy project before. I implemented it within the company's work. So I guess you as the company don't have to use it because legally speaking, I've made it for someone else. And then I didn't get an answer to that. He was like, "All right, cool, bye." So yeah, yeah, because I mean, technically, in terms of timeline, the thing that happened is that in that company, I was using the Untitled UI as a starting point. And I mean, I was debating using Untitled UI as a starting point, and then I did, which technically they don't have the license is in my name and not in the name of the company, so they don't have anything legally speaking. They They are not legally allowed to use any of it. Like I'm the sole owner of the license, so officially the day that they let me go, they lost access to it. Anyways, so I used this as a starting point, and then I changed the entire thing. And while I was doing it and streaming, you like you came in the stream, and I started experimenting with some design at that time, and I showed you the buttons and the effect on the buttons and how they work and so on. And once that happened, I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. Let me see if I can implement that at work because it made sense for the thing that we wanted to have. And so that's where some of the images that you've seen on my profile kind of came from, like from now a long time ago, I guess, um, of me presenting the buttons themselves and saying, like, this is the current thing and this is the potential new design for the buttons. Which is, again, it's been like years now. Uh, like these here, like I did that. I not this one. I did this one um, with you. I do. I did this one with you on stream, kinda as a presentation, like as a test, and then I did this image as a presentation within the company. Um, and that's the reason why they are purple, because I was kind of blue at the time. Kane, welcome on in. How are you? How's everything? I mean, we were green at the time. So I did these, and then I implemented that inside of the project, and then from then I tried a lot more components, and I goddamn, you're the first to land today. Goddamn, congrats. Goddamn. Um, I think it's like the third day in a row where you just come in, you land, and then that's it. You're the first of the day. That's crazy. So after that, I basically added a lot more elements and a lot more things, and I created my own component system because you know it just made more sense. But it is inspired by the Untitled UI, and yeah, I don't know. It made more sense. And then I attempted other weird ass shit, which then made it to the end of the UI kit. But it took some time. Like shit like this, that was for the company, for example. So this was not for you, and therefore this is staying in the company, and we haven't implemented anything that looks like this. Um, because this is a pain in the ass. But yeah, after that, just experimenting with other things and figuring out what was the best. But yeah, that was the original. These two were the original colors for the company stuff, and you were purple. The purple take precedence right about here. So yeah, but yeah, they tried. Ah, what did I say on this one? Ah, yeah, I said they. I said they. See, a lot of shit in there. Is that so green? God damn, sorry. Um, yeah, no, the token system stuff is newer-ish uh, than than this. But yeah, gas face, what morning? It is Friday indeed. So it's been a bit. It's been a bit. But it's, I mean, it's fun. So legally speaking, going back to that, uh, yeah, you officially didn't have the rights to use any of the icons and anything that we have made in the beginning because I didn't give you a license. And if you have, I could sue you. Not that I give a shit about that, but yeah, it's It's been a bit. It's been a bit. This is so bad. I need to I need to work on this. Oh my God. I don't want to I don't want to do that. I have to though, but yeah. I'm looking at this. This is one of the best performing posts that I had in 2023. And now I'm looking at it and it's like, this looks like shit though. This is so bad. This is so bad. Ugh. I would change almost everything in there. Like this is better of a presentation than anything else. I stole that from Ilya. Ilya has a very similar thumbnail thing, and I feel like this is pretty cool. Um, and yeah, specifically the thing that we're talking about, going back to the company in question, was the navigation system because I gave you the central container things kind of at the same time I put it in place in the company, so it's the same navigation system, but then I put it on other places. So, Eh, eh. So yeah, I wouldn't say 50%. I think not that much. I think the only one that really happened to be uh, made for someone on stream because requests were this. That's not true. Uh, I think I had for you specifically, most of the database things is stuff that I wouldn't have done in the past, and you had some issues. So the database are some of them. Genie had the Sims. That's the one that we have. The other one is for Jonathan that has asked uh, the delivery things. So Genie had these, the top ones. Um, Jonathan had the delivery, which is somewhere around here. And then I think that's roughly it. There were some requests for sports that we never did because they were too complex or too small to be rendered properly. Um, Other than that, that's roughly about it. You had Genie, you had asked for the Sims icons. I mean, you were the one requesting Sims these days, right there. Also, welcome on in on YouTube. Um, I'm not. I am not. But if you want to, yeah. I don't know if you've heard, by the way. um, Genie, the this is there. Uh, the free version contains all of the icons, including the one that you had requested. So if you are someone that is interested in just getting it through NPM instead, you can get access to not all of the components, but like like all of the 1,500 and something line icons through NPM as a project build. So that's a good thing. That's a good thing. Um, otherwise, otherwise, it's still paid. It is still paid. And for those that just came in, we now have these because I needed the friendly one for Stony for the noms bot, but we also have like sharp things and flat and default today. If you have a bit of an idea of something that needs to be a bit more friendly, then you do have the ability to do so, which I think is a good thing. I think this is a good thing. So, yeah, overall, this has evolved as intended. The name of this thing in the beginning was an ever-evolving UI kit, and then it stopped evolving for about a year because I had to work on the coded part. And now that the coded spot is done, kinda, still working on it. Um, then we get some cool stuff happening. There. Um, that makes sense. Kinda, not really. Um, is this working though? If I have an icon left, I do have the left icon, and then from there I can search for things. If I do placeholder, I do have the placeholder, so I can select the placeholder. Now we have the placeholder. Yes, it is going away. It's not automated, and I don't know what happens, but something happened, and it doesn't work anymore. I don't. I don't know. I don't know. Um, but yeah. Oh yeah, I did this morning. The add-on has been added on. So now if you have like an input that has an add-on option, and the add-on on the left or the add-on on the right can be like with an icon as a leading thing, with a drop down. If it's not a drop down, you define the content right there. If it is a drop down, you would have to define the content of said drop down. I don't know exactly how and where it needs to go, but for now I just did like a bit of a preset thingy because it works and it makes sense. Um, but yeah, I might just say that here if it's like drop down, then um we can have slashes or commas for the separation for everything. I would rather have like option 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 if it's like is a drop down underneath, but for now, for the presentation, this is fun. This is fun. Um, and Kane, yes, that was bound to happen at some point. Um, that oh my God, oh ah ah, sorry, that looks like shit though. Ah, that's not good. Hmm. Wow, it's crazy how these look bad. Uh, I don't see anything regarding the paid version. Um, okay, so I don't know, but maybe it's the marketplace things. It's the thing, the issue that I have with this for me is the fact that it's like, oh, it's impeccable pro. I see. Yeah. So uh, this is me. You can agree or disagree. It doesn't really matter. This is a fucking MD file. There is nothing behind it. It's just text at the end of the day to scale. So if it's more than like $5, fuck off. Yeah, I don't I don't have any respect for the people that are doing some MD files only and then just text and say, "Oh yeah, cool. That costs money now." I, like skill marketplace makes absolutely no sense to me. So I don't know. You can stir the LLM in the way that you want it to be, but yeah, other than that, I don't know. Also, Denny, you shared that earlier, and I didn't see that. And you said you like this. I'm sorry to hear that. Ah, I'm not the biggest fan of uh, Chrome Heart closes. I think their closes are like good-ish, but yeah, 90%, 99% of it is just text. Yes, but it's a bit of a different thing. Like what I'm talking about, just text, and I know you're trolling on YouTube, but like mostly when you have like a God damn it, that's the wrong thing. Like when you have a skill for LLMs, like the I have ADHD skill, there's nothing in it. Like the skill in question is the MD file for the install and so on. It doesn't have shit in it. If you go into the clone plugin slash thing, it is just going to give you the skill file, which is uh dang. And that's what is sold. So I I wouldn't pay more than like $5 if the thing is really well written. But again, the probability of this having been built through an LLM, I don't see the point. So yeah, only one person has landed today. Yeah, space, and it's Kane. And we were on a bit of a run of no one was landing. So apparently I'm not going to land either with that speed and that angle. I'm going to land in the exact same spot as earlier. Feels you might make it. Yeah, damn. Yeah, congrats. That's because you took a shower. Not stinky anymore, and now it works. That's uh that's how things work. The fucking the drop zone knows. No stinky allowed. And now you can. Now you can. Now you landed. See, proof. We'll see. We'll see on Monday if it happens again. If it happens again, then there is a reason. There is a reason. But while you were taking a shower, by the way, the main thing that I was saying about like building in public for the the game and building it on stream is unless you had me while you were taking a shower, that's weird, but whatever. Uh, as in audio, I mean. Um, Basically, someone is probably gonna like take the ID. The only thing that separates you from someone that just want to steal the content uh, is you have work that you already have done that cannot really be reproduced unless it is known. So the game mechanics, the thinking, the build up on the potential business model, the potential learning of the platforms, and so on, is the type of thing that you can't really duplicate just by pointing an agent to the code base and or to a stream or just with an ID. And then the other thing is your personal taste. the thing that you believe are good and you believe would be good implementation or good behavior, a good thing within the game is tied to you. So, like, basically, someone that has no ID but just saw your project and said, "Oh, that gave me an ID, let me duplicate it," will only be able to do as much as they've seen on that particular day slash stream. Anything else is going to require a lot more work on their ends that you already have done. But so that's the positive in a way. But nothing stops someone that is better than you at game dev to see the ID and say, "Oh, this is interesting. I could make that in about 3 days because I know how to do it. I see, like, I know what are some open source games or some things that could be taken as a starting point I can reuse. And because I have the knowledge and the skills, I could make exactly the same thing plus maybe some changes here and there that, uh, you know, would make it work. I don't know. But other than that, I think you should stream. Damn. Um, and then the the other thing is if you're someone that likes to work, like myself, for example, streaming is really not a good option. Like it's I there is a reason why I don't stream coding, and AI coding is the same thing, but like I don't stream me working on shit unless it is in Figma, because when I'm working in Figma, I'm usually showcasing shit that is going to be for one of you that is watching, which is good. But uh, it I if it is like for a client or if it is something that requires my brain, I don't stream. I do that off stream, and like most of my clients are aware of that. Like I tell them I stream. So if you allow me to do the work on my stream and it's fine with you, then that's good. I can have like some feedback from the community and I can have some better outputs as a result. But just know that if you say no, I still stream. So your project is going to be longer, would take longer than it currently was supposed to take. But that's about it. Like that's the only change that's going to happen. And most clients are like, well, I would prefer not, like you don't talk about it on stream. And I'm like, oh, that's not an issue. We can just not talk about it. It's just like consider my days being halved because there is just like half of my data is taken by the stream. And if I can't work on that, then I can't work on that. And that's an absolutely right thing. But then again, I'm fast enough to be able to do the full day of work that I needed to do for that client on any given day or morning, and then they have the thing that I'm doing. So same thing. But also because I don't have the confidence in the code to be able to work on things, I don't necessarily have this. So if you were streaming it and you don't stream the code, I don't know if that would be a good thing. Um, it might be interesting, but I don't know if this is something that people would be willing to watch if you're not explaining and or showcasing how you think about problem solving, figuring out what would be the best option, and so on. So I don't know. Even if it is closed source, like again, I'm if I go into I think my skeleton is a pro tier thing. If I go in here and I show you is a big word, and I showcase the CSS and what is in there, obviously someone that really wants this can 100% just get a screenshot of this on stream and then replicate the entire thing. Um, but it uh, you don't have access to it in code as the file unless you pay for the thing or you took a screenshot, but therefore you just have this and you don't have the config and you don't have the behavior, which is somewhere around here. I forgot where the fuck it is. And you don't have the global CSS as well, which is taking into consideration there. So, it's, like it's not like anyone can infer anything from anything when they are just looking at a portion of the stream and a portion of the version of the code. Um, so you, I don't, I mean, if you really want to not showcase anything on stream from the code side, do that. But I don't think anyone can extract anything from a coding stream, mainly because most streamers, like, again, I zoomed in on the ID to be able to let you read shit, but I don't think you can read shit right there. Like, if you are watching on your phone, I don't think you can read anything that isn't there. I don't think I can read anything on my phone right now that is like related to the code. If I wanted to, I would probably need to be somewhere around here to give you a chance. And then that's the ID size regular. So it's, I, I mean, maybe if you're like watching on TV and squinting, but like even here, like I'm doing this to make sure that it's like easier to read if you really have a phone that is good enough or display that is good enough. But most of the time I'm gonna do this when I want you to take a look at a specific function or a specific thing that is happening in the code, I'm gonna zoom in and go through and read the thing with you for you. So it's yeah. Um, so that's the first thing. And right now, it is midnight in Japan. It's currently like 4 in the afternoon for me. So 1 a.m. for you is not 1 a.m. everywhere. So there are the people that would be potentially interested from the US. The the people that would be interested in Japan, for example, will probably have access to your stream, and that would be a good thing. Um, and 2 to 3 hours is good. Don't overdo it. Do it when you want to do it if you want to do it and test it out. Like that's the thing. Right now, I would say that coming to my stream for most people that are in the design dev like community things and have been taking some feedback from me, have gotten some free marketing for like roughly 2 to 3 hours, potentially multiple times. Like Tonton that has been here multiple times in the past few months with Wavespace. We've been talking about it. We've been hammering the vision, the voice of the brand and so on. And it is Shafazo, work on it. It is good potential marketing for the thing if we can have someone that is interested that watches the stream. Not necessarily something that would happen, but for you to have your own stream where you're building your own thing is good marketing, as Tony is just mentioning. And what Tony is currently doing with streaming, not with a fixed schedule, but like with a random schedule, is marketing, which is pretty good. And I'm seeing that most of the time when Stony is streaming, there is a lot of people that are there. You are part of the people that are there, but like there's a lot of people that are in there in the chat, either just to be there because the music is good and they are watching code happening and it's fun, or um, it's you know it's just marketing. The people that are discovering it, like the people that are following the channel, um, and and then I'm asking like where they're coming from. A lot of them are just saying, "Oh, it was just in the recommended section of Twitch." Um, so that's uh, that's the thing. That's the thing that can happen, and then you can maybe I don't know. Again, the past, not the past three, but like three of my clients, three of my last clients or past clients, have discovered me through streaming through other people's streams. So Salma is one of them. Mima is one of them. Uh, Dress for Space is one of them. Another one that you don't know about is one of them. And they basically discovered me through the stream because I was active on someone else's chat at the time that they were there, and the person in question that I was chatting with recommended me as a designer, and then we had a chat, and then we worked together. And for you, if you're building a game specifically on Twitch, you're building a game on a platform that is meant for gamers to take a look at games and um, and people get interested in new games, and then they wishlist the game on Steam. Yeah, and indirectly, I got one client directly from the stream, and then I got two and a half other clients from relationship with that past client that was from the stream or from the streaming and like things. And yeah, I mean, that was the main goal of the stream in the first place for me. It's just like, I don't want to have a static portfolio. I do now, but um, like I hate this because this is outdated. Like here, for example, I should have Nom's branding as a case study, and then Nom's product as a case study. And it just pissed me off to have to do all that and create the content that goes in there. So that I basically in 2021, I said, let me just stream what I'm doing so that there is a video trace of my working methods, and therefore, eh, eh. You know, it's just it's easier. And now because people don't want to watch like a 6 hour stream to know how I work, which I understand. Now I have this, and I need to, but it was the plan in the first place to just like not have a portfolio ever again, and just have a stream that showcases how I work and how I do stuff. And it worked at some point to give me some clients, which is good, which is what we wanted. And then this potentially right here, the fact that I'm currently in the software and game dev, and I'm working on something that is a UI kit that is basically HTML and CSS, could, if we have some web dev that are creating games for the web, could reuse some of these as concept slash content for their games, like their UI in game. I don't know, maybe. I doubt it, but we never know. Similar to the thing that I had saved and never shared. This this is an interesting thing as well. They had like these icons, and they said, wouldn't it be nice to have the icon pixelated to match with like the vibe of the gothic lettering that we have here? And I like the glass icons. I feel like they are cute and shit. But these, I don't know. I feel like the pixelated kind of works as well. Again, if I'm talking about it and I'm saying, oh yeah, these are cool, Nucleo is a good thing, I have them, I talk about them, that makes them some marketing content slash advertisement if I'm saying that it's good. And if I'm using that as well, It's publicity. It is ads for everything, and it's just like it's on stream. So now, if someone is watching right now, we good. So you know, it's the type of thing that could help you in the long term to get people use and play the game. Um, but it needs to be interesting-ish on stream for the people that are watching it, and or the vibe needs to be good enough for them to stay. Um, so yeah, nonetheless, you don't need to stream. I would say that's going to be the main point. You don't need to stream. Streaming is an interesting practice. It could help with marketing and discoverability, but it is really bad discoverability nonetheless every time. Most people don't discover you unless you are doing things outside. So if you're not marketing the game on Twitter, on TikTok, on Instagram, and other platforms, and Twitch is your only place, um, then yeah, it's going to be kind of complicated to gain some viewers. But nothing stops you from streaming, sharing something that you enjoy doing. People see that you are enjoying building the game, then ask about the game, then come back to ask about the game, then one day when the game is available, play the game, enjoy the game, talk about the game, someone else play the game, talk about the game, play the game. Get the idea? It could be a thing, and it both work. It's just like it is not, and I'm on both sides, Tony. It is not a necessity to stream. It is a potential marketing factor, and it takes a lot of time to figure out. But then, um, God damn it, if we go there, you know, um, in the past, let's say 3 months, averaging at 16 viewers is pretty good. Like this is, I mean, for my take, this is really good. This is higher than me. God damn, fuck you. Uh, and having like not necessarily the most of our streams, but this is enough for some sponsors to come in. People that would be interested in the thing that you're building because you are doing things in a space that is like limited is always really interesting. And as the thing that we say in terms of marketing and advertisement, eyeballs are the most expensive things. And when you compare Twitch, Instagram and TikTok and YouTube, the best place for eyeballs is Twitch. It's not the other platforms. Twitch is the best platform because a viewer on the stream might spend 30 minutes to 3 hours to 8 hours on the stream. So if there is like ads, if there is sponsorship and so on, the people that are invested in the stream in question are most likely or more likely to get interested in the product because it's like it makes sense. So, for example, for I'm gonna use that for Sneak, they say their lowest entry partner thing is 13 average viewers for the past 3 months. Um, and that's the lowest that it can go. And you need to be in the right categories and you need to have proven shit and whatever. But like, that's an option. Right now, if I wanted to get sponsored by Framer, for example, I would probably need something like a 20 to 30 average viewers, which is the goal, but like also not there yet. And the eyeballs on this stream are the most valuable for them because it is devs and designers that have clients. And Framer is a very good resource and a very good tool. If you are a dev and you're like, I don't want to fuck anything with this client, it pisses me off. I don't want to take care of anything. Let me just build something with Framer and then get the contract signed and be good with it. Or, you know, um, maybe just get designers on because that makes sense. So for me, it makes sense. Um, for you, yes, I have apparently, apparently not allowed. Apparently not allowed. Hmm. Yeah. On 7 days, I'm at 15. On 30 days, I'm at 17, and on 3 months, I'm at 6.8, which is basically we are at the same level. And eh, it's not enough for sponsorship yet. Um, and it will. 7 game streams. I have 7 games in the past 3 months. No, in the past lifetime. We used to have like categories and things right there. Anyways, uh, Twitch is great for marketing and presentation and getting an engaged audience. So basically, the thing is, if you want the game to succeed, you will need some marketing platforms nonetheless. Twitch is the easiest for us to put ourselves on because it is the lowest efforts to just showcase. It is the highest efforts if you want to have like an engaged chat and you want to have an engaged conversations with things. But it is one of the easiest thing. You just put on a camera if you want a camera. If you don't want a camera, you don't put a camera. You just have a mic, and then you record your screen, and that's it. And it's enough most of the times, as long as your mic is good and your screen capture is good, and you don't have stream die 3 times the stream like myself. You're good. But yeah, no, it's the I would say streaming is the easiest marketing because you don't need to do much. Posting about it is the secondary easiest marketing if you have things to post. Like I'm building a game that is like isometric coffee shop whatever, and you post that on Twitter every week, for example. Mm. That could work. But like all of that is nonetheless marketing content. So you need the marketing content in order to grow and to get the people to be interested and play the game and buy the game if there is a thing that is not free. And you don't have a choice. So either you use the easy path, which is Twitch, or you go the other path, which is like potentially ads and other thing that you need to pay for. So, eh, eh. Do you multi-stream as at least? I don't think you multi-stream. Multi-streaming is only for discoverability and only technically for me not having to click the button at the end of the stream to send the VOD to YouTube. That's the only reason I'm multi-streaming, because otherwise, other than Genie on YouTube, there's Genie on YouTube, and that's about it. Sometimes there's someone else, but like most of the time it's just Genie on YouTube, which is highly appreciated. But yeah, um, that's a thing. What do you mean your SVG thingy? Meh. Also, feels it's time for work. uh, what do you mean SVG thingy? Everything is fine. The at least the players at the right thing. Morton, welcome back. How are you? How have you been? How's everything? The app frame is way nicer than the default one. What do you mean? This? I don't mind this. I don't mind this. I think this is fun, but that's it. Um, I appreciate it. I appreciate the pop in. Have a good time at work. Feels take care of yourself. Also, before you go, if the stream is at like 1 a.m. and it's after work, don't overdo it. Like you need to sleep, even though you are like kind of shifted in your overall thing. Ah, but don't stream in the morning either. Like it depends. But, yeah. Um, take care at work. We'll see you soon. I like it. I like the idea. I don't like the purple change. I think it should remains uh with the color of the thing that you're looking at. Um, but yeah, just having the rainbow on top could be very interesting. Getting the poster within it is creating some sort of a real weird glass, which I like, obviously. So it's fun. I wouldn't get purple. I would still keep the hover with the rainbow thing, and I wouldn't put it here, to be honest. I would probably put it in the header things. Um, but yeah. Oh, so they are images. Both are images. That's so bad. But yeah, no. I don't like this. I don't like the buttons at the top. I don't mind these. I don't like these two, but that's fine. Um, but but hear me out. Hear me out. If you implement the latest version, if you implement the latest version of the Mom UI kit inside of what you already have, you love sharp corners. You could 100% just have in the themes, and let people decide if they want small roundness, hard roundness, sharp stuff. I mean, you could, and that way you'd be happy with the very sharp thing, and it's based on your system, and I'd be happy with the very rounded stuff because it's based on my system. I feel like this is a win-win. Like it's a win-win. I don't see any issues with that. We only have a very small amount of chat left, which I think is only what Twitch is providing. No. Huh, Twitch is providing more than this. Hmm. Interesting. Um, Nonetheless, cool stuff. Also, Chifaza, why dizzy? Dizzy about the date? Yeah, I like you. And I hate this. I These buttons are not centered. That's not good. That is no good. Not good. And Kane, I don't know why what this is. You said, do you have a fix for this? I don't know what that is. Um, from what I understand here, you had a fail to verify your identity, and then underneath you had you can't use that email address because it's already used. Is that what is happening here? Of like this email address doesn't exist, like it's not in used. No, it's no está disponible, which means that it's not disponible. The email is not available. That's very French of me, so that's fine. Uh, as if you were trying to create an account. Like it looks like you are trying to create an account, but you already have an account, and then uh, you try to connect, but it couldn't connect. Did you try again? No está disponible. Yeah. I don't know. Uh, dang. I don't know if it's a gay or if it's a J. Elige, elige una dirección, dirección, direction. I forgot. Diferente. Elige, elige una dirección diferente. Gue, elige. Ah, elige una dirección diferente. That's not good. Esta dirección de correo electrónico no está disponible. Eh, Elige. Ah, you mean GUE as gay. I see. I see. Nonetheless, I don't know. um, the fail to verify your identity is a weird thing. I have never seen this. Um, it does. It does sounds more Japanese than French for most of these. Yes. No está. I think direction the direct that fucking R sound that I can't pronounce. It's not k, it's sh. Direction, direction. It's weird. um, direction. Yeah, I guess direction. Eh, that doesn't help in any way to fix your issue. To be honest, it is direction. Direction. Um, have you tried with a VPN? I think that might be an option. Because it could be the location that is an issue. But if you have, which I'm guessing is when you had it in English, that might not be the thing. Did you create the account with a VPN? If that's the case, maybe you need to figure out exactly which country you were connected in when you have created the account. Um, and if that is not the case, then maybe you need to have a chat with Apple. So, yeah, I don't know. Again, this is the first time that this happened. It looks like, based on this, that the email is not available, as in you can't use that email because it's already in use. I think, based on what I can read here, but I can't read much. And then here it tells me that the email doesn't exist, or the combo of email and password didn't uh give me anything. So you probably already have done something like forget password thingy. What? Yeah, no, I don't know. I have no clue. You haven't done the forget password thingy? You can't do the forget password thingy? That might be the case. Um, I see. What's what's the website for this? Like, is because, for example, side note, for example, for me, I go to iCloud or dashboard.icloud or icloud.dashboard.apple.com. I forgot exactly which one it is, which is um the database, iCloud database thing. But if I go there, I need to connect, and it has a bit of a weird thing, a weird situation in there. But if I go into the App Store Connect, I'm getting this page, which is blurred right now for you, which gives me the pass key, which is basically just the Touch ID on my Mac, which is pretty simple. And then from there, once I'm connected to App Store Connect, I have some sort of a access token that is stored within the system. And so if I then go into my iCloud developer session things, I'm then going to be connected by default. And I don't have to do anything, and I don't have to reconnect on anything. So maybe you can try to connect to your Apple account through the Apple account and not the iCloud.com thing, if that's an option, and then try to re-access iCloud. Maybe it's an iCloud thing that has a bit of an issue. Um, but I don't know. I mean, for me, it's obviously I'm on my Mac. It's passkeys based, so if I have my passkey, it goes through. Um, it does work. It's not an iCloud is not available type of thing. Um, but yeah, I don't know. I would still highly recommend you to get potentially like another website that takes iCloud Connect and see if you can connect through that. But other than that, I don't know. I don't know. Never seen that. Never seen that before. That's the thing. Stony, goddammit. And yes, you're right about that. You are right about that. This is an appropriate thing to do, Stony. I appreciate it. It makes sense. Um, I'm just not acknowledging the behaviors because it's fun. Try the Apple Store. Maybe try the support. You know, um, maybe the support team at Apple can say something about it. They have phone support, so I appreciate it. Sorry. I appreciate it. But I don't know what you can do in there. Um to to fix this. I would just get the support going. If you didn't receive an email that said your account has been blocked or your account has been removed or something, I don't know. That's weird. Mars, no, I haven't. Work on it. Um, I've heard about it. I've heard that it would make a big ass crater on the moon, but I didn't see it. I'm sure we had telescopes and other things pointed at the moon, and it will be on my feed in about 15 minutes. Like I'm expecting to see it in there at some point. Just the moon is gonna be nah. Alright. Safe enough. Eh. If that's the impact crater, it's exactly where there was already something. So, yeah. Boy. Not a lot of things. Yeah. It's wild that this is like the best picture that we could have. So, yeah. I don't think we're gonna see anything on this. Hey. Yeah. So to answer the question, no, I haven't. I did not. I I thought it would be bigger. That's what she said. I'm sorry. But yeah, I'm really sad about the fact that we are careless in that manner, in the sense that we know exactly where the debris are, we know exactly where things are going to go, but we don't do what we can in order to get uh like the debris out, the clean, and so on. Like the amount of shit that is dangerously orbiting the Earth is crazy. Like the space station is not far off, like the surface of the Earth. Most of the satellites are not that far off, but in that ring where we have satellites and other things, there is so much debris that can damage any other satellites that are in there. And I'm like, what's the point? Like, clean up. I don't know. Build one that can just big ass magnet. I don't know. But yeah, I don't think that's a thing, Jane, but it might be. Um, I don't know if you One second. Um, do you have Apple stores in Argentina? Like, you do. Do you have one that is like nearby? Because if you do have like an official Apple Store thing, then maybe you could go there. But maybe you don't, because you just said no. So maybe, I mean, I will trust you. You know your country better than me. Um, it might be it could be an option. But yeah, apparently, yeah. Based on what I can say. Um, there are distributors, but there is no stores. Yeah. Well, well, it's kind of sad. It's kind of sad. Um, but you know, contact their supports. If you can't connect and you could connect like basically yesterday, something happened. So either your account has been disabled for some reason, which is wild, or something is currently happening with these servers that are serving Argentina, and it could resolve tomorrow. We don't know. Um, but getting in touch with the support is potentially an option. I don't know if you are, and I don't know if you have an other Apple device, like if you have a Mac or if you have an iPhone or something else, but I'm guessing no, based on the fact that you're saying that you have your iPad. Uh, maybe, um, God dang. Everything is so bad. Um, I don't remember what 503 means, so maybe it's a temporary thing for real. Um, uh, what? Yeah, I don't. It's wild. I can't really give you any other advice because it's probably going to be too expensive. Of like, get yourself a used iPhone XR for like $100, which is expensive in Argentina. Um, and fix the situation with like a newer device if that's an option. But yeah, like I currently, um, yeah, don't log out. Don't log out. That's the thing. Um, maybe just yeah, no, I don't know what you could do. That's the thing that is like breaking my brain right now. I don't have any idea of what things you could potentially do to ensure that you have access to the account. Um, I would say on the iPad, if you have access to this, I would highly recommend you to do an iCloud save. So that it save your data and content there right now from the iPad, if you care about that. And then maybe attempt to access the web version of iCloud through the iPad. Because you already are in there. Maybe there is something that needs to be triggered from an iDevice, so a Mac or an iPhone that is like a security thing from Apple that says, well, we need to have at least an Apple device to verify that it's you, and um, then moved on. I don't think so. I haven't. Maybe it's a different thing in Argentina. Again, I don't know. I haven't had to verify my identity on iPhone ever. Um, I mean, it's working. The iPad is working as well. I don't remember sending like my cards or anything. So yeah, I don't know. I don't think that would be linked, but in the event that it is, maybe check into the iCloud section. So let me check first, security first. Um, you go there in your settings on the iPad, you go in your iCloud section, and then from there you will have access to things, I think. um, Including like what is currently in there. Obviously, I can't show you some of the emails used and so on. Um, but there is the personal information, and in the personal information, there might be the need for the Face ID or your password, which right now is like not an option, which is good. And that might be all that you need in order to get the system running. Again, if you are currently logged in on the iPad, I would highly recommend you to go through the process of just trying to connect to the iCloud.com website from the iPad so that the iPad send the valid token of, oh yeah, that account is available for that specific use case because it is like the iPad stuff. And then maybe try again on the web to see if that changes anything, but I doubt. But let me know. Let me know how that goes. One second. The delay on YouTube is so great that I saw myself stand up when I came back to sit down, and now YouTube is dead, which is bad, but it's fine. We can live with it. We can live with it. Cheers. My friend said she doesn't like these ones because it feels like it's a beer. The size of the can and the metal that is used for the can feels like it's a beer. And I can see that, but also I disagree. Anyways, um, so yeah, I need to see that the picker renders all 1,000 icons into the grid at one scrollable. It's fine in practice, but if it ever feels heavy on a slow machine, visualize the grid. Yeah. Uh, I said we as if, as if something was gonna happen. Nonetheless, this is a pretty good implementation. It's I I'm gonna say something that's gonna make some people half happy. Um, I before I released this thing, I was this close from rendering the entire thing free forever, just because I didn't want to bother myself with the paid stuff and the tier stuff, and just rendering the entire thing slightly not open source, but open source-ish, like free for everything. Almost did it. And then And then I looked at my bank account and I said, you know what? Maybe I do need to make the thing paid. So, eh, mm, mm-mm. And Stony, you said you liked Theo's rant about Apple and the iPhone and things. I haven't watched it. I opened the thing and then yeah, I didn't make it past much. I it's just like I don't know. So I don't know what happened in there. Um, it's just I've been having a lot more of a harder time with Theo's video. A lot of them, I I haven't been like watching the thing. Like this one is not going past like a third. This one is like not even a fourth. This is almost nothing. Same here, same here. Like halfway through, I left before the end. And it's just like I don't know. There is something about it. Um, yeah. So I don't know. And then I have a bit of an issue with the amount of brightening of the eyes on every single fucking thumbnails. And these ones are crazy. And that's wild. Um, it's not that. This is not the case. This is 24 video, 24 minutes, 27 minutes, 11, 48 minutes, 22 on this one, 14. An hour I did kind of less because they had like a weird accent, but still, um, like most of the content is roughly long form, and I'm going through. I watched the entire thing there, uh, and I'm mostly going through, and like this one is 23, 39 minutes, 40-ish, 22. Like it's attention span is good when the content is good, but when it's not, like Theo has been doing thing that is less and less interesting now. Um, I think it's going back to the same thing as usual of at the beginning I didn't have a lot of information and I still don't have a lot of information, but we were kind of aligned with his messaging and the thing that he wanted, and then at some point I diverge on some points, and then the gap kind of grew, and now I don't I some of the thing that he said is really good, and I agree with, but a lot of the thing that he's been saying, I don't agree with much, or at least let me say that this way: the presentation and the packaging of the information delivered isn't good. So I have some issues with it, but other than that, it's fine. I I guess the main point is mostly the fact that it's just most of the content is comparing um and comparing and comparing and comparing, and it's not like this is good or this is bad or this is how I use the thing anymore. It used to be, and now it's just like, oh yeah, when you have this new thing compared to that old thing, the new thing is better. Yeah, that's the point. So I don't know. I don't know. Anyways, I still think the iPhone is good. Stoney, you should buy one. Um, should buy a cheap one. Next, that's the easy thing. Just buy a cheap iPhone. Could be good. Could be good. Anywho, that took a while. That 13, 14,000. God damn. Um, can it run Windows? Yes, if you unlock it, I think you have the ability to run Windows on it. Um, mm, obviously. Um, I think I've seen someone have some shit like this. Yeah. Well, you do own it. If you rent it, you don't own it, but if you want to buy it, you can buy it and then you own the thing. Yeah. um, it's not like I mean they have safeguards and shit, but it's not a lease. You can get it with a lease if you want to. You don't want to. Again? Oh my god. Sorry. Um well, I guess the virtualization is not gonna go through, and I'm thinking that this is probably or would probably have broken this. Yep. I did the beginning. That's that's a start. Ah. Yeah. Ah, God dang. That's the only thing that I don't like about the CLI compared to the UI, which we talked about before. And you know, I've tried to get the window on the side, but yeah, like I would love to be able to click on this and say revert to this point so that all of these didn't go through. Um, but yeah, well, 620 it is. 620 it is. In the meantime, um, now that I have everything, I think I'm gonna try to get what I said I wanted to have in the NOMS system. So I need video transcript, like full video transcript from the entire stream. Um, best case would be to have full video transcript and video export uh, and chat transcripts with timestamps for what I'm trying to build. So I have a Python script that does this, that extracts the chat feed, like the chat from Twitch through the Twitch API, and that also basically download the VOD, extract the transcript, and then do the thing that it's supposed to do. You don't know about it yet. Um, so I can do that, but it's just like because I'm thinking about implementing that potentially in NOMS, it might be a very much easier to do to have everything in one place and then a single button at the end that just does prepare the VOD, download the VOD, extract the transcript and the chat transcript in one zip file. It could, I think it could be helpful for me specifically. Which I think if I were to implement that, I would probably put that in the stream section, so that at the end, like in a pipeline, roughly, um, it could like basically get a process going where when stream start, capture chat and transcript as two separated JSON files and all just text files with timestamps based on stream start time, and then increment from there with event and so on. But it needs to be like two different uh, files. That's the first thing. And then the VOD download is on stream end, basically getting the VODs out. So if that was, I don't think it is, but if that was like an option in the pipe chain, that could be that could be good. That could be good. Um, nope. uh, I don't think I remember that. I don't think I remember that. The thing that I had saved for today is this because it's very similar to the thing that I shared and I've worked on in 2023. But that's basically the idea that I have for like conditional rendering of pipes, if that speaks to you. Um, because that kind of makes sense for me. And I already have a design that is similar to this on my end. Um, but that is like roughly the best rendering option for people that are not devs. I think because you are dev and you want to have the thing that works for you, something that would be able to allow you to type the code by hand and all look like this would be pretty useful. It starts like this, but then you can toggle into IDE mode and then get the code because you know how it is supposed to be written. Then you have a bit more granularity in what you can export or create. But if you don't have the skills, then just having something like this is probably going to be a good option. So yeah. Let's not branding assets. Let's research. And then for me, which by the way, we're going to try that in a second. That is going to be in my filters. It's these ones, but it's the complex version of these ones. I know I have them either on that file or on one of the old ones. I was supposed to get a full code editor with a fully featured SDK for the event and API. That is cool. Yeah, then yeah. However, this is the complex. This is going to be kind of more complex to achieve. This is not the one. That I am looking for the smart Excel, which is supposed to be, I just passed it. Yeah, right there. And it's supposed to be either here or I did it on this one. I did it on this one. That's basically the thing that we had at the time. I know that we had done more in terms of the relationship system on this one, which is simpler, but just yeah, if and instead of if else, because else means nothing for non-dev, weirdly enough. So yeah, um, Like if blah 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 is not is not any of blah blah blah. That's the that's the basics. I feel like this is the best potential for rendering conditional, and what we have here is very much similar, so that's a good thing. um I'm gonna do something and we're gonna see if it works. If that works, that's the benefits of the agent. Other than that, I'm gonna do that by hand by duplicating what I already have made, but I just want to see if it works. I think it will have a bit of an issue with the side and or links, and the fact that this is a very dark mode. So there is not a lot of contrast in between what is in there and what is not in there. Like there is a lot of things that are very bad. Recreated as an editable Figma design with proper layer and text. Yes, that's what I said. I'm interested. I'm interested. Because again, we haven't seen any real benefits from the Figma agents in a long time. And if you can take like one of your old design that you only have on Dribble and you don't have the design themselves and be able to just recreate them properly through that, this is pretty cool. I don't know. That's also another thing. I don't know if right now, damn, I don't know if right now, um, it's going to be able to realize that the trash icon on the right side is supposed to be using the trash icon that we have in the components page. I don't think this is the case based on what I'm seeing right now. I'm also seeing the fact that I didn't notice that this image is 3000 by 3000. So that is massive, and we basically needed that to be way smaller. But it did most of it. That's not good. It's better than nothing. This was officially, so if we take this and we set that this is like 900 in width and we take this with 900, let's say 1000 in width instead, just as a potential side by side. Yeah, that gives us something similar. So we have here probably probably 40. Let me just check if we are like at 42 here. That's probably going to be the case. Yeah, we're at 37, so I just made it smaller than expected. Yeah, 40 is going to be pretty fine. Visually speaking, that's fine. Color rate is currently at 10. Could get at 16. That one is at 6, which you could get at 8. Regular behavior. That makes sense. This would benefit from a lock. What? That? Yeah. They also made the icon smaller, so I'm kind of tempted to do that with probably 18. Probably 18. All right. Nonetheless, I'm not gonna copy this. I just wanted to see if it worked. It does work. It's not great because I guess the initial base was too big, so I tried to achieve sizes that were not necessarily achievable, um, and therefore kind of fucked some things over. I could give it like another run of. We'll see if that works. I doubt it. I doubt it. I doubt it. So the thing that I asked, because right now obviously it's really tiny, I said the original image was too big, and you should use the icon that we have in the component page, which I couldn't type properly because E and A are the same fucking word. Um, and so in there, they might be able to figure out exactly what are the icons that are necessary, and if it does, I'm gonna be impressed. Like if it figure out that right now I have made a change with the lock to make it like the lock icon, and then it creates the same thing at the proper sizes, and it uses the icon properly, I'm gonna be pretty impressed. That's gonna be really useful. But what I'm seeing right here is that it already is taller than this one, so I don't know exactly what's gonna happen. Yep, that's what I expected. So it figured out exactly what was supposed to happen, but it also didn't really figure out the size. Like these sizes are really bad, and these layouts are really bad, but it picked up the wrong icon again. um, and it did the exact same layout. It did take somehow a different style for the badges, which is not good. And none of them are the components, none of the icons are in use, or none of the icons that were supposed to be in use are in use, so that's bad. Bad, 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 as expected. Nonetheless, we have this as a reference set what we needed. Um, so this is the type of thing that I kind of want to have in the pipeline, I guess. Uh, in there, like that makes a lot of sense. When you say, Stony, when you say the bot is supposed to get like a full code editor with a fully featured SDK and events, like API events and so on, do you mean you want like a dedicated page that just get that? Like basically, I'm guessing create an overlay, and yeah, I see. Yeah, something like this, just to guess. Um, Yeah. Mm. Mm-hmm. uh, Dang. You don't have resizing, which is fine. Oh shit. You do have half resizing here. That refresh means nothing because this isn't a LED box, so nothing is in there. Um, uh, this is good. This is pretty good. I mean, I recognize why Stream Element has such a weird layout with like tabs for the type of files that you have, and you just have three files type, which I think is a better option. But also, I can see how something like this could be beneficial. It's just the potential for external is greater here compared to what Stream Element is providing with you have access to an HTML, you have access to a CSS, and you have access to a JS. That's it. Um, so that's the thing that I feel like could um be interesting. I apparently cannot, or I can, but it's slow as fuck. I see. Um, yeah, damn. Well, that's white. It does work. It does work as intended. Um, Kind of settled. It's not exactly how it looks in the preview, but that makes sense. Again, um, it's the yeah. Nonetheless, I do see this as a high potential option for things. However, obviously, I don't think this is necessarily good. Um, Explanation coming. What I mean is that here, I don't think this is necessarily good, mainly because of how um, things are going to behave. So, editing the code here is not the worst, but it's not the best either. Um, if you have a screen that is like yours and you have like um, a, a full width thing and you can have like the entirety of the code, then that would be so much more interesting. But that's not the case right here, and I can't really resize here. I don't have handles on these lines, which is, again, it's fine. It's not something that is necessary on that thing. In the future, maybe, but it's also like, depending on how we want to showcase things, does it really make sense to have this? And then how does um, how does the shit work in like all for someone that doesn't really have the skills to do the edits by hands? So someone like me, again, sucks to be me. I would need like a way to plug, I don't know, Claude or whatever, to be able to edit whatever in there. So not necessarily the best option. Um, but again, I understand. Like it's not something that you want to do first. But yeah, no, I I see that. I don't know. I mean, I do know. um, I do know that if this is an option, I would be not willing, but like tempted to create a single overlay that reacts to things that are controlled by the system without having to create like variation of the same or of multiple overlay. I wouldn't have an overlay with chat, an overlay with the alerts, an overlay with the sub counter and so on like I currently have. I would probably have a single master big ass overlay that contains everything, and um and then get the just one browser source and that's it, and it's just like behave differently. So yeah. What do you mean refresh the overlay? As in save and compiles, or just delete and another thing? Yeah, I find this fun because I have the chat on my phone as a monitoring when I'm looking at the Mac because it's easier. It's delayed late. Like this widget received the chat message faster than the Twitch app. So you did good. Congrats. Like I just saw this one bump up and then I don't know, half a second to a second later, it's just like the other one is just popping in. Yeah. That's pretty good. That is pretty good. All right, cool. So that works. I guess the option fucking was weird. Um, I guess the option for me for the capture of the content is going to be somewhere in the stream section. For the widgets and other things, I think the best for regular people is still going to be visual editors and not code editors. I don't think code editors is going to be any any good for most people. Um, Something like I forgot the name of that app, but some shit like this might be the thing to go for, uh, in order to get the syntax and the understanding. Like, I know it looks like shit, and it's, you know, eh. Um, but if we had something like this as an intermediate thing, where people could have like the triggers, it's more visual and it's not necessarily coding, and therefore it is really close to what we have right here, then that would work. And then triggering the ID view for people like you, yes, 100%. So that's why, I mean, that's what I said earlier, but it it does make sense, with pre-made blocks that you can have, and generating the code properly and having it work is something that I think would be the best option. Again, that view, that thing, total work on it. And that view is basically the same thing. This is for devs and designers, and this is for kids. That um that's the thing. So yeah, it's just like visually pleasing for people that can't, like me, do things. I think I don't think you could. Yeah, uh, I think the drop was kind of slow and directly onto the corner. Uh, we had two drops today, so I might not make it. Stony, you might just make it. Yep, god damn. Congrats. God damn. The delay, though. The delay. So, nonetheless, this would be cool. This would be working. It's not restricting. It is mostly like enhancing the visuals, and for the people that don't have the understanding that it kind of makes sense. The thing that we know on stream elements, most of the times it is a weird thing where what they do is, I mean, for overlay creation. Um, oh shit, that's what happened. Well, fuck me. They said they were in talk with a potential acquisition. I didn't expect that. Damn. Well, sad. I don't care. Um, the thing that they have in the overlays and the way that you are creating your overlays, even if it's like from nothing, you add widgets to the overlay. So basically they have presets things that are available for you to add stuff, but that's like basically it. And so if you say, oh, I want a text thing, and um the text say this, and then you can change where it is, you can change like the settings of the font in question, and then you can 100% just place things everywhere. So if I say that this is like 240, then it's going to be 240, and you know, um, that is the type of thing that might be interesting for some people, or at least might be the understood behavior so far. but it doesn't give me the ability to say, oh, this is taking the variable that is linked to the username, which I think yours should be able to do that. In the settings, that you don't have a lot of things in there, and in the other options, you don't have a lot of things anyways. So it's it's not great. But it is the current behavior. So that going back to what I was trying to say, and then my brain went somewhere else. Um, Stream Elements and other platforms that are providing stream widgets slash overlays online's builder provide an interface that gives the user the ability to select things that are pre-built for them in a visual layout builder, and then from there have the ability to potentially create some sort of an addition based on custom CSS. And when that is enabled, they have access to an editor that gives them HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, and a list of fields that are the default fields that are going to be inside of the controls of said elements. So that, like if I wanted to add like a new text field thing, I could by adding a new field and putting it inside of the interface itself. But it's only if I am the person that has enabled custom CSS that I have the ability to go there and touch that. And this specifically is going through one of the preset widgets, settings, custom CSS, and then editor. So that is already like a lot of work on on their end. You go currently currently you go straight to custom code, which is good. Again, I think it's potentially better. Um, but I still think that the visual editor is going to be useful. I don't know how this is going to work. That's the thing that I have in my head right now. I don't know how we can have a proper system that goes through widget addition that basically add code blocks slash subfiles with the proper links at the in the head. That's easy. And then placements of said things. So basically create an overlay like index.html that is your base overlay. Any widgets that you add through the plus button is adding them at positions that are defined by the user either by hand or by yeah, that's more of a me thing. That's why I'm thinking about it. um so by hand positioning is going to be roughly the thing. So any widgets needs to take properties of size and positions basically, and then on the widgets dedicated files should we have controls for the rest of how the widget is behaving. So basically, instead of doing this, yeah, um, it could work. It could work. It's not gonna work, but it could work. Yeah, for sure. All right. I love that it said may not be saved and then it is saved. Also, I love the fact that this button is exactly the design that I just made. That that is, yeah, roughly the same shit. In light mode, that's the only thing that I don't like. It has like that dark border for accessibility reasons, but I might change that. Also, that transition with the border things that don't. Ugh. That arc is just so slow. And for the people that were saying that arc is deprecated, I had an update yesterday, and I currently have an update waiting on the Windows version. So, still maintained, not worked on, maintained. But nonetheless, Tonton, how are you? How was your week? It is Friday officially. Um, so yeah, that works. That works. That's good. You know, you need weeks like these so that you can appreciate the productive ones. That's the that's the most important part. Yeah. Uh, I guess. I guess. We can't do shit to be honest, so that's pretty bad. But other than that, if I can, I mean, my main goal right now is to go through this, finish the editing of what is supposed to be happening, so the icon picker, emoji picker, and other things as well. Um, that is, as you mentioned, not a admin power usage. Yes. Override. So I need this for the visualization so that it works, which again, I would love to be able to just reset to the previous, like reset or revert. Like revert would be good, but I can't do that. And then usage is 102. Ha! Sorry. um, hmm, like 50% weekly limits promo until next week. And I'm at 65%. That means that basically next week I will burn through 120% because I'm gonna use that tomorrow and the day after. Oh my god. This is the worst things from Entropic, to be honest. In the past few days slash months of marketing the things with limited access or promotional access that it gives you more, so you think you have more, but in reality it's the exact same thing as before. It just tells you that it's 50% more, so it gives you a bit more than usual, but that's about it. And then they will be able to cut everyone's usage by 50% on the 19th because everyone was expecting to get less on the 19th. And I'm guessing that this is going to be like way more. than 50% in total. Like it will feel like we just have 20% usage available because it's going to just be a crazy cut. I can't wait to be able to just cancel the subscription and move to DeepSeek V4 and hope for the best. Because goddamn, it's as showcased on Wednesday. It's yeah. Um yeah. Yeah, but if I can get Fable 5 level reasoning for 25 cents and I can just put $50 on the DeepSeek API thing because it's a top-up situation and not a subscription system, I will have $50 in there that just remains at $50. And then if they bumped the price at some point, they bump the price. I doubt that they would go from 25 cents per million tokens out to $25 per million tokens out. So, yeah, I mean, I currently get access to DeepSeek free on OpenCode. So I like that. They probably already gave out V4 Flash latest version on the free tier as well, based on the price, because they do so. What I would love to avoid is another subscription. That's it. That's the reason I'm saying like the DeepSeek API system is uh is like a bit of a better system for me because it is cheap. It is cheap as fuck. Uh, but yeah, I don't know where exactly you can get the fucking tokens and shit. I forgot. Um, yeah. I do like open code. Um, what meh. um, like Zen might be a better option. The for sure, for sure. Um, but like again, $10 a month is better. Um, what I like is Kimi, so I love Kimi. It's good. Everyone's going there. So if I go into Kimi K3, not a lot of people are going through that. Um, eh, at some point, maybe. I don't know. I'll figure it out. Again, my subscription to Anthropic is ending. in 8 months. So I have the time. Like I can't. Eh, I can't really do anything about it. It's just like, well, I already paid for it, and if I don't use it, then what's the point? So I'm just gonna remain on that thing until, and I have to burn through the Fable credits before the end of the period, which is September 19th. So yeah, I always do 4 years for the pricing because it is cheaper overall. Like my subscription for Cursor is supposed to be $400, but I pay 330, I think. Um, because I pay for the year, or 370, I forgot. Um, because I pay for the year, and so that just makes sense. Like I'm on Teams, so instead of paying $40, yeah, 480, I'm paying 370. Yeah. So I'm basically gaining like $100 by paying yearly, and it makes sense. Now they have a Teams premium. They are trying to put me into the Teams premium, and no, no, no. Frame slider switches from horizontal to vertical if there is no enough space. You mean that the thing we did here, uh, the thing we did here, yeah, that the default is like this, and then there is not enough space, it just goes up. Yeah, yup, that's good. That's good. That makes sense. Yeah, this shit is so broken. I I don't understand how Figma is just okay with shit like this. That's not supposed to have happened whatsoever. Like, this is not. This is not good. Why you not sent it? I don't know. I don't know if that's a good idea though. Um, yeah, I mean we haven't worked on the player, so obviously I don't like what I've done here. I think it's a great base. It gives you everything that you need to have in order to understand like relationship in between subsegments and overlays, but it's not like well designed. It's working design, but it's not like well designed whatsoever. So I don't like it. I don't like it. The thing is, I'm seeing like these being also like not centered, or centered but like not well centered. Just like Figma really did fuck things up though. That's crazy. Yeah, I agree. I agree that your real player is much better than this. Um, I think the main difference that we have in between what you currently have here in the Figma file and what you had there is overall, even though this is like the constrained things, overall the player itself um, is very much similar, right? I don't want to take the live version. This is cheating. Looking at the static version of this. the for me, the main difference that I see is the fact that I somehow added black bars, and you on that video specifically you didn't. But also my icons and presentation content is probably a bit tighter than what you currently have here. The other thing that I have is less features, a lot less features. In here, you have added play pause button, previous episodes, back by 10 seconds, forward by 10 seconds, next episode, volume, time remaining, or time elapsed, time remaining, full width, closed caption, quality settings, and full screen. Whereas for me, all of this is like all of these containers things, the forward and backward, are on hover here, um, and not like in the navigation system. So basically the same thing as any other platforms that have uh, a player that just have like the full screen play pose here and then forward and backward there. So that's like more likely what I wanted to have here. And even though like this is weird, and then the volume is necessary on desktop, but not necessary on phones and tablets. But yeah. So overall, like this is gonna it just has like to me it just has a lot too much uh in here, and even that's kind of debatable. But like I'd have I'd had something like this probably. I'm gonna do something that I don't like to do, but I'm gonna do it anyways. Judy, we're going. How are you? How's the day going? How's everything? I don't like this. But yeah, I would probably do something closer to this on desktop and on tablet as well. Um, so instead of having all of that here, I feel like this is not where people are expecting it to be most of the times. Like you would potentially think that this is not there. And then the other thing that is potentially changing from what you currently have is you do have previous and next chapter slash episodes, if that is like a thing. Um, and yes, you would have also double tap. I think double click is also an option on desktop for me, but nonetheless, that would be there. If you have like previous and next uh episodes, I would also have like a, a next episode somewhere around here to just make more sense, but it doesn't feel like something that needs to be like right here. It is useful, but it's not the most useful one, if that makes any fucking sense. The usual. The usual. But yeah, that makes sense. Like the hover here with forward and backwards, it would make more sense. On the click, you should have the pose button in the center, like currently posed. Like you had the currently tap to play situation. Um, that's next in previous episodes. So yeah, and you have double click already, so that works. That works. It's just like too cluttered for me. That's the that's the thing. Um, there's so much shit in there. Um, so you can make it disappear after a while. You know, like you could have it as a flash that just fades out. That's an option, but at least you have a visual feedback um, on on what's in there in your config. Um, how do I change shit? I don't understand a single thing that is in there. Um, I don't know if it needs more controls, but it needs things that are named properly. Like I need to know what I have as controls because you just said, I mean, basically what you just said is all of the buttons and things are opt in, opt out, basically, if you want to. So I kind of need to be able to figure out exactly uh, where this is. But button visibility should be here. Like I shouldn't have to get to there. Like that's not good. Um, specifically if this is the test bed and you do the thing that I do, which is like copy config at the end so that users can just define exactly how their player is going to look. Um, then, you know, if it's internal, then I don't know. I don't know. Oh, you have the object here. Mm. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I still need. I'm gonna give you something. You're gonna need to put that in place. Um, there's one thing that I would love for you to implement in order to make it make sense, not as a control that users can have and change, but something that is by default so that it is there all the time. And it is basically this. You want to ensure that your zones, that's not this one, your zones have some sort of a hitbox uh, leeway around them. So right now, your scrub is set to the exact height of the track. You want it to have at least like 16 to 24 pixel underneath, 16 to 24 pixel above to allow for mistakes on the scrubbing. So basically this shit, that's why I made a mistake. Basically you and this one is kind of weird, but this is like for button, it doesn't really make as much sense, but for the scrub in question, when it comes to right here, you basically want this on the player so that if I'm like if I'm currently scrubbing through, you can see how it's glitching because I'm not like a CS:GO player that can track the entire thing properly. So having like just a little bit of leeway all around makes sense, and it's I mean even then you can see that I'm so close to the thing. I'm even on the fucking thing with my pointer, but it's just like not in, and I'm above here, but not correctly. So that's basically the issue. Having like a 24/24 uh, option is better, and the issue is not the tracking itself. The issue is the glitch that happens while I'm tracking. That's it. So if you could give me like a bit of a hitbox increments on top and bottom, um, that would help a lot. But nonetheless, it's cool. um, yeah, even then, you don't really have the settings in question that I'm looking for. I want to remove shit. I want to remove shit. But yeah, that hitbox things makes a lot of sense for anything that is um, hoverable with movement, like layout shift type of situation, and um, that basically anything that is hoverable. Um, that's the thing. For buttons, I don't like it. For menus, it makes sense, but for the scrub right here, it would make so much more sense because it's kind of working. I don't even know if they have done that. I'm unsure. Yeah, you can kind of see how like I'm above and under, but there is a bit of a fade also in the transition. So that's trying to get like a good facial expression that didn't work. Um, like there is a fade if I'm missing the dot, and also there is the preview of the video above, which we talked about before. I do think that this is useful. I do think that that makes sense, but potentially harder to do. I don't know. Um, but yeah, just a smidge of a hitbox to make things better. I don't know. I don't know. You do, yeah, I do remember that you have it. It's just like it's not in the two previews that we just looked at. That's it. That's the only thing. No, it's there. It's not there by default. That's what I'm saying. Oh, you mean it's there by default, but my browser is shit? That sounds about right. That that sounds about right. I don't know what to tell you. That sounds like a plan. Let me make you scream a bit. Yeah, you do. uh, it's not every day that you say that Safari is better than Chrome. A Safari-based browser is better than a Chromium-based browser in that specific use case. Oh my God. Um, yeah. I mean, it works. I know nothing to say, to be honest. It's good. It's good. It's just all good shit. It's just all good shit. Um, yeah, I get it. I get it. The player is good. The player is good. There might be a single thing that I made you do unintentionally, intentionally, maybe, I don't know, that I might say could be better to not have, which is in your current preview that we were on a second ago, the track in itself has on hover only, gets the highlight at the top, like the teeny tiny highlight at the top, and I didn't have it here. And the only reason why you got it is because the progress bar on the Mom UI kit base is containing the highlight. Um, and therefore, uh, it did that. Dapsy, welcome on it. I have things for you. Like, basically, you took this kind of thing, and and it makes sense, but it's not necessarily what you want to have. I don't know if I have like the progress thing. Might have been in the file upload, kind of, because we reused it here. But yeah, nonetheless. Actually, what you once one while you're here, you may have seen this on your feed in the past few days. I saved it twice. So this was really fun. Um, they gave you a dumbbell or plate with your name on it, and you can and you can play with shit. I think it's fun. I think it's a nice addition. I wouldn't say do that as well, because this is the first time I'm seeing this. If you do the same thing, it's just a true copy. But I think as a fun addition to what they are building, this is really cool. They have been doing like a lot of other animations and other things which I have talked about, like the plate thing that they are playing with, and all the 3D renders that they are using in there is really fun. So potentially taking a look at it, you know, whatever, it could be fun, but they are doing like really good. And yeah, take a look. Take a look. It's good. It's good content. And yeah. Well, Stony, maybe soon. I don't know. um, you know, maybe soon. Okay, that's fun. Like program tracking and so on. Damn, we like it. No, they've done a really good job. I showed you this one last time, if I remember correctly, where you can decide the like your achievements plates. This is cute. Instead of having like I think right now you have some sort of medals things and all stickers. I think this is a good option as well. But yeah, it's kind of the same thing as even though not great, maybe. I don't think it's gonna run, but we're gonna see. I think you should probably get access to this called Up Next. They have a test flight option that I would highly recommend you to get into because I have a feeling that they will put things in paid tier very, very soon. Because they have done like a bit of a preview things, whatever. It's a tracking app for your TV shows and so on. And they have done some good-ish things, but they also have done things that are like very much not working, and that is bad. Nonetheless, if I go in my movies and let's see if I have, I don't, it's gonna be in the fucking research. I don't know if I saved 21 Jump Street. Cool. So, this is too much from my taste, and it's also kind of bad in terms of what they have done. Because in order for me to say that I have watched this movie, I can't really click on this because it's not active until I have added the things in watch list. And once it is on my watch list, I can mark it as seen. However, they have this, which is once you have said that you've watched something, they add like stickers from the movie. You can play with this shit. It is absolutely useless. It burns through the GPU. You can rate shit. Like it's a whole experience that is memorable. I'm talking about it, so therefore it should work. But it is absolutely useless and to me really bad. But it is the type of shit that some people would remember and find memorable in the UI and the interface. So if you could implement things that are similar in the like similar to the dumbbell things and the plates and so on, and this one with all of their tiny things, then it might be interesting. Um, the thing that are showing down, like dropping down the stickers, is then available inside of your sticker gallery thing if you save them. So, uh, it if you like the movie so much, you have access to the stickers for that movie. And then if you know that one of the stickers that they have automated, generated, whatever, I don't know how they do it, is a good reaction. Like there is one with Spider-Man that is like this. It's one of the common reactions. If I had like a Marvel aficionados thing, then I could use that on that specific group chat, but that's not the case. Nonetheless, for you, it's kind of the same thing. You could potentially create stickers that can be added to the user keyboard so that they can then use later on iMessage and so on. And it could be a thing. I did that with Perfume at one point and then I removed the feature because it broke some shit. But I basically gave everyone the ability to use their perfume bottles as stickers within iMessage because it was interesting and potentially good, but it's absolutely not discoverable, so I don't like it. I might do that later. Um, but but yeah, no, other than that, it could be interesting for you to just add like some whimsy and other like visual shit to play with it. I don't know. But yeah. Uh, and that's not for you, Stony. That's mostly for Dapshi and the whimsy in it. I don't think you should have any of these because it is supposed to be a personal server. So for you, Stony, uh, since it is personal library, personal server, it's on your server. You probably have seen it, and or you, you like it already because it's on your server. Like you wanted to take a look at it, or you bought the DVD willingly on purpose. Therefore, it makes sense. But yeah, everyone is doing shit like this, and it's fine, by the way. But yeah. Anywho, regarding the App Store, what you need, Dapshi, on the App Store stuff? Do you just need like inspiration? If that's the case, there are plenty. I think I saved one of them, or I just liked one of them somewhere along the line of today. So it might be clean-ish. So there is this um, that is new. This is new guidelines and new creatives available for the App Store that I need to, you know, um, play with as well. So you might need to play with as well. Learn more about it, read about it, take a look at the resources that are available to create these things. They have templates and shit, which are pretty useful. There is um, other things. Mobbing is good, but Mobbing doesn't necessarily give you the App Store screenshot as far as I'm remembering. It gives you the app screenshot, but not the App Store screenshot, which is different. But I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. There is a very specific thing, which obviously I haven't saved. Like always. I need to talk about something, and I just don't save the thing in question. God damn. There are two accounts that I'm following on Twitter that contains a ton of app stores, screenshots, and things. One of them is in my DMs because I tried to have them do mine, and then they asked for too much money at the time. They are asking for 3K for three concepts, and I was like, well, I can't do that right now. But Screenshot First Company is doing, or was doing, I don't know if they still have everything, a lot of very good thing. So highly recommend this for uh, exploration, inspiration, if you want to. Um, that's the thing. The recommendation that we have and that we see from these is Your first one needs to be basically the tagline, basically the thing that will hook the people and make the people say, oh, damn, this looks interesting. So if you look at the traveling things right here, for example, these two are a combination of two screenshots to create a bigger one because what the user is seeing on the iPhone while they are scrolling through all of the apps is these first three things. So that's important. Second thing that is very much important is the fact that you need absolutely to have a physical slash representation of the app in the first three screenshots. So this one is the one that cut it for Apple. If they had like a third one that was in that realm, Apple would have probably not allowed it because it just doesn't represent the app at first glance. So that is an important thing. Same thing here. You have like a very hook thing that contains two in one. So that's their regular thing. But this is very much important. This one, I have a bit of doubts on why it went through. If it's just a QR code thing, then that I get it, but debatable. But you can have like a bit of an idea of how things are looking and how people are getting hooked to the things. So that's the main thing when you're looking at this specific platform. Let me see if I have uh, the other person. I don't know if they have changed the profile picture. They maybe they have. Um, maybe they haven't. Oh, they have right there. So that person's the user number two is also doing a ton of screenshot. I feel like they are doing screenshot first as well, but sometimes they are not sharing the exact same images, or they are working or sharing some work in progress things. So recommending that as well for inspiration purposes, just for the sake of, experimenting. So that's a good thing. There are 3 2-ish platforms that are giving you access to easy screenshots. I forgot the name. I know that Sean has been talking about them on some of his videos, and they are pretty good. But like it's an easy thing to do. That I would say screenshot might look like this, and it's fine. Specifically these two at the end, um, but it's not like the most creative or the most good-looking things. Um, so yeah, Sean is Sean Allen. Sean Allen. Um, Sean Allen is one of the biggest Swift UI creator, I guess. So if you are learning Swift UI and you want to learn, then yeah, Sean. Yeah, Sean. How do you pronounce Sean? Sheen? Sean. Um, so that's a thing that I would highly recommend you to do and go through. Um, but wrong account. Yes. God damn it. About months ago now, I think I watched a video on here that was interesting-ish. Let me see if I can find it. I don't think I'm gonna find it based on what I'm seeing here. This is like too far off. There is um there is an interview with a guy that is creating uh, A platform that basically creates App Store screenshot. And I forgot where it is, but it is in there. I watched it. Um, to say if it's good or not, I don't know. That depends on you. Um, the mobbing videos are probably a good thing if you haven't watched them yet, but they are potentially useful. Um, I will find the thing though. I know it's in there. It will help. Uh, some of the things from that video basically is or are uh, the the images don't really matter that much. It's mostly the text and the content of the tags and the thing that you are putting in the description, in the presentation, and so on. So that um, is probably something that you want to take care of. Why is it always the same thing? When I'm looking for something, it is just like not there. Not there. We have the paywall one, which was interesting, but not really good. Um, I think that's the one. So this one is this person saying that they are making 50K a month, and I don't trust it. But um, they are like the creator of a specific app, which you probably have seen, that has made like a lot of money, and they have like other. I think it's a specific app to create screenshots, but I'm unsure now. So that's like, I think that's one of them that I would highly recommend you to take a look at and watch. The other one, if I can find it, um, is from another creator. Uh, it's been a bit further out, so I might not find this one because it's not the latest thing. Um, yeah, I'm probably not gonna find it. It's probably like further down, so that is not gonna work. Um, but it's basically the same type of content. The thing is, it's a different creator, different content creator and app creator that has uh, a bit of a playbook on what to do and how to create your App Store screenshots, which are pretty useful. But also, to me, it's it's not necessarily the most important thing. I think the research is more interesting and more like the research, the search outputs, um, meaning what keywords the user is typing, what they are seeing first, what are the tags that you want to have. One of the recommendation that I remember from these things is do not put the name of your competitor in your tags. Apple is going to dismiss your app and could potentially remove you from the App Store if you are using a competitor tag or competitor name in your tags. So if there is like a common name that you have in your description, then that might be something that you want to avoid. I don't know. Um, in the let's see if I can do that. In the past few weeks now, I've changed the name of the app in display name to Can Learn Japanese, which is a very common title, but like, you know, whatever. Let me see if the analytics in terms of discovery has grown. I doubt, but we never know. I have changed some. Yeah, it kind of does. There is a bit of a trend going up right there in the first uh, months after the change. So that's, I think, could be a bit of a, yeah, there's a bit of a spike right there based on the new analytics, and we're going up. So that might be a trend. Again, this is a very, very small like period. It's 90 days. So we don't have a lot of things, but I'm usually at zeros, and now I'm not at zero on every day. So that's a first change that I did, which is pretty simple of changing the tags that are right here. The thing that I learned is that the space count as a character, and it's not necessary. I did not know that. So if you have uh, done that with spaces, remove the spaces, you can gain like a lot more space to add like more tags. Right now, I have 29 characters that are available to add more tags if I wanted to. But that's a thing that is fine. I know for a fact that I absolutely need to change my App Store screenshot because they are shit, but I haven't had the time to build them. So that's a thing. But it's going in to be into the distribution tab for the release where you have your tags, and then the app information contains the app name display and your categories and other things like other tags, subtitles, and so on. These two things are really useful. In the video that I'm looking but couldn't find is uh, basically saying that ChatGPT is pretty good for this, and you are one that is using ChatGPT a lot, so do that. Um, I don't know if it's like GPT is better or if it's any LLM currently are good for this. What? As a base system, uh, what we have here is kind of working. I just said, you know, the app that I have, which is Can, we need to work on the ASO, and then from there, I gave it like what we currently have, and it gave me just potential additional things and a list of tags that could be useful. And then in there, there was Enki, which is the direct competitor that I have. So I said, fuck this, use something else, and I use something else. But yeah, overall, like it's options and all of that could be put in place. And I did the same thing for Perfume and didn't really have any updates since then. So that's a different thing. But that's basically the thing. Um, I guess could be good. Um, Other than that, from my research and my stuff for the ASO, most people have been saying the same thing of it is roughly in the tags. So I would highly recommend you to just go in the tags instead of the rest. And then the images themselves, there is the one that we talk about often from Sean, which had what's the name? I think we saw it for a split second. It's not ASO.dev. I don't think it's App Radar. Um, I think this one is the boring one, like automated shit. Um, App Figure is another thing that I do remember existing, but yeah, but nonetheless, there are like um, ASO Builder. Oh my god, that are just good. um, You know what? I think I'm missing one word, which is screenshot in here. Yeah, it's not gonna be in there, but you will find something for sure. Um, the one from Sean is this one, which is not like from him, but like app screens. That's the name that I was looking for. Um, if you just want something simple and minimalistic, you will have access to very, very basic templates that are in the free tier, and they have done like pretty good overall things that are like good enough. Shit like this is probably good enough for what you're trying to achieve in the beginning. Um, they obviously have things that are like not free that you can potentially use and or get as a first thing. Um, but yeah, the whole system does have some recommendation for the text, recommendation for the content, and app screens is the one that has been um like yeah. The screenshot should be in the preferred theme. So if you have like the app in dark mode on your screen and you prefer it in dark mode, then take the screenshot in dark mode and do the dark mode screenshots. Um, I tend to believe that most people, a vast majority of people, are using their phone in light mode, and or depending on the tools and the thing in question, it varies. I think for you, for the gym goers, it's probably going to be dark mode first compared to light mode. For perfume, for example, my screenshots are in light mode because most perfume likers are light mode users. Um, but it depends on the market. For you, I would say dark mode would be better. Um, and it's easy. Like, again, shit like this is not the type of thing that will take you 6 days to create. And you can 100% just take a look at the screenshot that they have made and just copy it. Like, you can do the exact same layout with the exact same content with like 4 screenshots. And yeah, what do you mean you have 2 hours to do it? You don't have 2 hours to do it. That's a wild thing. Um, it doesn't take the screenshot automatically, no. Then if you are willing to take 2 hours to do it, just do that. Like this is good enough, right? You will just need to take the screenshot on your phone manually and then be good. My recommendation for this, by the way, is to get your phone to um be in record mode. So the way that I do this for myself is I have my phone that is plugged to OBS so that once it's plugged in, let me just do that so that it makes sense. Um, once it's plugged in and in view, the time is going to be 9:41. Always, the battery is full. I'm full bars on like 4G and Wi-Fi, and nothing is distracting. So it ensures that every single screenshot that I'm taking always has the same time, always has the same battery percentage, and so on. I highly recommend you to do that because it's very easy and it doesn't cost you a lot. And you can just, take a screenshot of this, move on, and so on. Right now, I'm showcasing the phone through my computer, so obviously it's different. But yeah, if you have access to screen capture, that helps at the top. If you don't want to bother, you can just not do that, and it's also pretty fine. But just go through things. I usually go through my entire app in about 1 minute if I just take the screenshot, 4 minutes if I take a video for the full recording. Um, so that's a thing. The latest addition to the Apple or App Store screenshots is the fact that the first one can be a video. And so if you have like a video that you can share, it's going to attract the eyes of the users. So I would highly recommend you to also have like a video of how the thing is used if you can do so. I'm not saying like not procreate, but like uh, use Premiere to create a video of the app. I'm saying record the app, do the thing that you need to do, speed up some sections if necessary, and just use like one of these things where you load the video right there and then the background is just the text and it stays there, or maybe you change the text depending on what features it is on screen. But that would convert a lot more based on the fact that it is animated and people just see something that moves and they're like, oh my God. And then they click on it. That's basically the psychology on this. But yeah, don't get apps or screenshots with the thing that is absolutely breaking. That is good. Or app screens. And make sure that you have this as the most optimized things as possible. Name of the app, you have officially 30 characters, so use as much as you can. Subtitle, use as much as you can as well. And then in the distribution, make sure that your description is complete. The promotional text is also something that the App Store take into consideration for the search, so you can add things in there. I haven't figured out what I wanted to put in there, so I haven't. But in the next version, I'm probably going to put something in there. And then the keyword is, I would say, the most important thing. I don't know exactly if the analytics I showcased earlier with the kind of trend up is a true trend based on the fact that I just implemented the new ASO stuff. Um, what maybe it is. For now, I'm going to say that it is. We're going to hope for the best. But I'm going to see if I can do a lot more marketing on it. And if that works, that works. But yeah. Um, Again, it doesn't, it's important as well. The lack of success on my end doesn't mean that you will have no success on your end, right? The uh, the gym thing is very crowded. There is a lot of a gym app that pop up every day. So you might have a lot of success because it's just like it stands out and it's interesting and it's good. But you can also be like, well, it's just like one more gym app and therefore it's not going to go through. So, right? Then I don't know. I can't predict it. You can't predict it. The only thing that you can do is share the app screenshots on socials almost every day. Again, we talked about it. We showcased the thing. If you have like an image that you've done that you like this one, for example, which we showcased before, the person that has made this has been posting that image on repeat for 6 months. Not every day, but like every 4 to 3 days, 3 to 4 days. Yeah, that makes more sense. I'm seeing this on my feed, and it's either a new post or a repost of the things from 3 days ago that they already have posted, and it's the exact same thing with a different text on Twitter. This, I'm sure you can figure that out. I believe in you enough to Do you know that this is probably an option, a thing that you can do? Um, the only thing that is complicated for you on this one is that you don't really have something that is visual enough that it stands out on the edges. Like you would only have the counters. You may need to flip it the other way around to get like more off. You can have a bit of a fan and so on if you want to, but like that's basically it. Um, and then two things that are working, like small zoom in off the feature that you want to share. Design wise, I think this is really bad. I think there are a lot of issues in there, but it's also apparently have been working. So maybe do that. Um, and they have like a set of, uh, we talked about it before. They have a set of like 3 to 5 image and video slash animated things that they are sharing on repeat, and they've been getting like thousands of views on these posts because they are media posts, and Twitter just like to promote media posts. So organic stuff. So that's the I would say for me that's the thing. Um, Reddit is necessary. I hate it, but Reddit is necessary. And do it. Do it. Do something about it. It's uh, it's fine. And again, I'm seeing so many people just spam on Reddit that I'm like, I don't want to be there. I don't want to be associated with that. But if you need to succeed, just spam. Just spam. Like that's the thing. The the reason for the spam and going back to the content creation thing that we've been talking about for a bit, the reason why most content creators and other YouTube gurus and TikTok gurus and so on are telling you to post 30 times a day is just most algorithms that we have right now are showing your content to like 300 people, 500 people, 1,000 people, and it's never the same because they want to gauge like who can be interested in your content. If you post once a day, 300 people will see your things. If you post 10 times a day, that's 3,000 people that will see your things because there will be probably some overlap here and there, but it's like un like it's probable, but like kind of improbable. And if you post 30 times a day, then you basically have some sort of a 10,000 views across all of the videos almost guaranteed, which means that you are seen by 10,000 people because they are most likely going to be different people. That's the truth. So spamming is an option. Twitter doesn't really spread that much. TikTok is the one that spread as much as that. But yeah, I understand how annoying it might be, and I agree with it. But if you just create an account for ChatGPT and you get yourself like 7 videos and you just spam that, that's good. The thing that I said 4 months ago now is still valid, and I think is going to be mostly the most, good job, me. The most important thing, Marcy, we'll call it, where you haven't done any video yet, you haven't done any images yet on today's afternoon, tonight, whatever, you create one post. Just one, not 30, you just create one. You post it. Tomorrow, you create, like you post the same post again, and you create one. The day after that, you'll repost these two things and you create one. And the day after that, you repost this 4, and guess what? You create another one. And basically, at the interesting, at the end of the week, you will have 7 posts that you can reuse throughout the month, but you would have posted in total a lot more than if you just posted the single same thing over and over again. And basically, that's the tactic that gives you in 1 week you are going to be able to post 30 posts roughly. And that's a good option. Um, did you know about auto layout changes? Uh, what do you mean? Auto layout changes now? It has changed? Oh, oh, did it change? I didn't know. What happened? I need to create an auto layout frame, not just use an existing one. Yeah. Oh my God. uh, yeah. Uh, Before I continue on that, actually the thing that you need is shot.so right now. So highly recommend this. My setup is very simple. In the frame itself, I'm usually getting a custom frames or something that is um like yeah, custom frames is better, but like the 916 is okay. They have options. You can create your own here. I'm going to use 916s for now so that you can have a bit of a preview. The goal for me is always to get the phone to be as filling as possible without really touching the edges. So I would resize the frame itself and its width to be like kind of not the size that is in there, but obviously like right now it's apparently isn't available. Nonetheless, it doesn't really matter. We don't really care about that. My background is going to be the transparent background so that when I'm exporting these, I can use them and place them wherever the fuck I want. And then you just have to add the images in it. So if I get my screenshot for whatever the fuck I have, it's just going to fit. It's going to be in place. I have the right phone that is used in the mockup itself. So right now it's the 16 Pro Max. So that's like the phone that I have, whatever. And that makes sense. And now I have this, I can just export this thing and get the PNG on my computer, and then I'm done. And it gives me the ability really quickly to just get these ASOs like so without having to rethink about the placements, the whatever. And that makes sense. Again, 941 on every fucking screenshot because it makes sense. So, you know, that way I have like I have the phone, I have the mockups, I have the things that is faster than if you had to not do that. Um, but yeah, highly recommend shots. Kind of sad that they moved to something that is like paid now, but yeah, there are alternatives, obviously. But yeah, so yeah, go do that. It's easy enough for you to figure it out. I think I believe in you, and it might work. What do you mean, Kane? On this, this feels like More consistent with CSS, the legacy version is available temporarily while transition. So what you mean is that here on this one, I'm currently on legacy, and if I move into updated, sorry. Huh? Okay, cool. So I need to update all of them. That's what you're saying. Mm. 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 Have fun. Uh, well, since I was using Flexbox as my mental model for the layout, I feel like this is gonna be pretty easy. But yeah. Do they have like a fucking update option that is uh like a latest layout? Latest layout? Eh. It's a page by page shit. God damn it. Um Perfect. All right, cool. God damn it. Can I do that again? Is that a reusable things? Um, can I just spam? I want to spam this shit. If I do this, I can't do that. God damn it. Well, it's right there. I have more fear around here because there is a lot more shit, but also. Sorry. um, I think most of the components themselves are probably going to have some layout shift here and there. Uh, uh, like when we have containers that have borders and other things, probably going to happen. So buttons, I have a feeling that these are going to work or not work because they have a border. So I do think that this is going to probably break. Um, and we're going to see that in a second. But yeah. Ha! Not even. Ha! Ha! Is it true though? It did the updated shit. Cool. That's neat. Oh yeah, this one is gonna be shit though. Um, Apparently I'm good. Thank you for the notice because I was not aware. But yeah. Also, I feel like the fact that they are saying that the legacy layout is available while transition basically implies that they would have gone with a automated from legacy to updated at some point, and it's probably gonna be like a full project slash company based system. And right there, I would have loved to be able to just click once and just say update to updated because goddamn, what a waste of my clicks right there. Like that. Specifically because I can't rerun the same thing again. Like I can't just say, oh yeah, let's run that. Good job. Though I want to see one. Cool. There is one layer. Cycle pill. Single children with to layout. Oh, oh, cool. All right. I was looking for one, but yeah, what a big change. Um, so yeah, that seems to be I think I might do that another day though, because that's repetitive task and it's fine. Not a lot of work in there. I wish there was like a full project wide thing. Because I built my shit properly. From what just happened, there was like an auto layout system that was not uh, taken into consideration, which is the alignment. So this one could be or could have a bit of an issue because of how they are set up, but apparently that's not the case. So it's just I don't know what their changes are actually doing and what is the current thing, but you know, that's fine. That's fine. On the pages though, yeah, that's what I thought. Interesting system. I don't mind it. I think the layouts are gonna be the most switched because well, that's bad. This one is fine. This one is really bad. Um, this one is really bad because if we switch that to updated, it doesn't work because we don't have a fourth column, basically. We need one of these in here. And we need that rectangle to not be in there. Is that the thing? Why? Why? Do we have like a different width for this? Is that what's happening? Which is not supposed to happen like this. I can fake it. I don't like it. It work. But yeah, I'm guessing like most of the pages, the thing that are like a bit more complex overall in terms of layouts, are potentially going to have some issues in their alignments, but most of these things are going to be fine. Like here, some of these could have been broken out differently. Here, for example, I don't have the same width for these two, so I guess this is probably going to happen. Uh, yeah, like it's just we want this thing to have like a full width, which means that this at 624 is basically what we want to have. So this now needs to have max width at 624 so that it just like aligns. And then this is filling containers that the parent right there is supposed to grow as well. This is a wild situation and we can't really center it. That works. Uh, Already done? Congrats. Good job. That makes no sense. That makes no sense. Fill container is filling container. No, not like this. At least not for me. Not for me. Then by the way, Kane just mentioned that auto layout got an update, and now we have a new auto layout system that sometimes breaks layouts. So if you have big ass design systems with a lot of auto layout in place, maybe take a look and yeah, maybe take a look and click on the update page with latest layout. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's sometimes created plus 1 pixels, and it's supposed to be closer to actual CSS, which is true. It is closer, but it also is not like exactly how people are all seeing things. And it's really not what we as designers are used to, so it is out of this world. We had 5-ish pages that had some issues that were fixed in about 3 seconds. So that's pretty simple. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I will need to fix that though because this is currently in the release zip. So yeah. Stony, if you're still lurking from far away, I have a question for you, which I don't know if you can answer that, and I don't know if if it could work. Um, can I put the Figma file within the npm package? Like, is that a thing? It goes in the zip and then it gets unzipped in the repository in which it is added. Is that a thing that I can do, or should I remain code with code and then Figma with Figma on Gumroad and Lemon Squeezy? If you know, if I can add like additional files, unrelated, related, I would love to know because that might help me in a lot of ways. But to be checked, that's going to be for another day. But Kane, thanks a lot for that. I appreciate it. I will check the other pages and the other thing that we have with the layout. You don't know? What do you mean you don't know? What do you mean you don't know? Hmm? Yeah, I like these ones. I like these. They're good. I prefer the blacks. Um, once, as mentioned, once you go black, you never go back. I wish they had. God, I wish they had these in that format because yeah, that's a. I'm really comparing dick sizes with cats right now. I love this one because they are like no caffeine, no sugar, and no calories officially. So the no caffeine is really good for my heart. This one does have caffeine, and the illustration is cool. I don't really know what they are coming from, how they are coming from to exist, but I like it. It's fun. It's a nice illustration. It's cute. It's a bit harder to read and see with the reflection. I can't really give you anything that is good. Sorry. Um, but yeah, the blacks are better. And Stoney, you haven't answered my question, maybe because you can't hear me. I'm guessing you're saying canny as if we had a canny specific. Um, it does. It looked like teeth and or Michelin body sleeve. So yeah, I agree. I agree. Um, yes, but which canny it is? I don't see any canny on the search for some reason. Um, yeah, I don't see them. I do see them now. Thank you. You haven't answered my question though. On can I add the Figma file in the NPM package? uh, yeah, because if I could put the Figma file within the NPM tarball, as the name is for the devs, um, it might be really useful because I can have the delivery of the free tier of Figma as a .fig in the NPM so that the devs are like the devs that are getting the package for themselves and have designers working with them, they can just send uh, the free tier of Figma with it. And the devs that buy the paid tier, they have access to the paid tier and therefore they can do that. So that's I think that's a good idea. I think that's a good idea. I might do that. I might do that at some point. But let's go into the 3D lens of Kenny. A very, very wide screen, and we'll see how that goes. But yeah, as always, thanks a lot for being here. Highly appreciate it. If you enjoyed the stream, please follow the channel. Cost nothing. I mean, maybe a click. But if you have a question, I'm not live. As always, ask it on Discord. If you have a big ass perfume collection, use Perfume. And if you want to share your links across the internet instead of using Linktree, use Ban. It's better. It's better because I made it. That's it. It's not better. Nonetheless, if you are learning Japanese, use that. And if you are someone that is interested in the Mom UI kit based on what we have seen today, Mom is around here. As always, it is currently set at 140 bucks. If you join the affiliate system, you are making 70 bucks every time you make a sale. And you can just have a link on your website. It's the easiest money you can make. Anyways, I sound like a salesman. It makes sense. This is the affiliate section. But yeah, I should be back on Monday, as always, at 1:30 p.m. Paris time. And what is your question? I haven't seen your question then. Also, Stony, you have 200 messages. That's crazy. Android Auto layout. For what? I don't know. I'm not gonna have the time to enter that. Nonetheless, have fun, take care of yourself, eat something, drink something. See you soon. Bye. Not Android Auto, it's kind of bad. Anyways.